I'm going to give everybody a 2-minute warning before we start. If you want to find a seat.
Oh, please.
Okay, it is 9:30. If everybody wants to get a seat, we will start the meeting. Pardon me? Okay, we're going to call the June 7th, 2022 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:30.5. Y'all can't see it. We have 2 clocks up here, each with different times. Yeah, I'm not going there. So it's good to see everybody. Thank you for coming. We always start our meeting with an invocation. If you are part of a faith group who would like to participate in this, please just send an email to kgreen@volusia.org. That's K Green over there, and she will get you all signed up to do it. So in just a second, if you would stand for the invocation and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And at this time, I would like to introduce Pastor Bishop Marlon Tooley from the New Life Daytona Church.
Let us pray. Father God, as we come together today, I ask you to give a mind of unity to this, our county. Lord, as we take the business of this county seriously, we ask you to bring unity, take away our petty differences, and bring us together as one county. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
He gets an A for brevity. It's good to see you again. Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Dr. Lowry.
Here.
Ms. Post.
Mr. Robbins? Miss Wheeler? Miss Gertman?
Here.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Brower?
Here. We have one absent. Councilwoman Post is home recuperating, but we do have a quorum. So we'll start our meeting as we always do with public participation. I have two requests to speak. First, Paul Richardson.
Good morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson. I'm from DeLand. Please, this is not directed at any one person, but radical extremists have started their gun control grandstanding once more and have renewed their assault weapons ban and universal background check push. The whole assault weapons ban is more like a cosmetic attachments ban. For example, this image is before and after an example of such a ban in practice. The gun show loophole is an outrageous myth invented by absolute lunatics. I dare you to go to an actual gun show and take home a gun without getting a background check. The Land Gun and Knife Show will be held next on June 11th to 12th if you take me up on this challenge. These extreme radicals have so lost their mind that they have now started to denounce single point entry security measures at our schools and elsewhere. The answer to any crime is never to restrict the natural rights of those who aren't committing them. Law-abiding Americans have no obligation to take ownership of a madman's actions. Disarming Americans isn't heroic. The off-duty border patrol agent that put his life on the line to save others is heroic. The highest gun ownership state with the loosest gun laws in the nation is Wyoming, where 59.7% of households have a gun. Wyoming gun laws are arguably the least restrictive in the United States. Wyoming does not have a gun homicide problem with a rate of only 1.4 per 100,000. The highest murder rate of any jurisdiction in the U.S. is Washington, D.C., which has a murder rate of 21.8 per 100,000, but D.C. also has the most restrictive gun laws in the country and the lowest rates of legal gun ownership in the nation. Banning guns or repealing the Second Amendment is not the solution to immoral motives, anger, mental health issues, poor parenting, and murderous behavior. As Benjamin Franklin once said, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. So I hope you reflect on the things I have said, and I would like to thank the staff here for assisting me in these images to highlight what I'm talking about. Thank you. You guys have a good day and good meeting.
Karen Clark.
Karen Clark in Glenwood, Florida. I'm here on a couple of things. One, I know that the job in the 10 years that we worked on our animal control ordinances, and we finally, we think, got it to where it needs to be, where nobody loses their rights and stuff, because I'm a person, if I want to buy a boxer, I want a boxer. I don't want some hand-me-down, sometimes that's how you look at it, in a shelter or another place. But did you know that you're allowed to get your breed-specific animal from a licensed hobby breeder, which is incorporated into this ordinance? Like I said, if I want a schnauzer, I want a schnauzer. But anyway, there's also the pet stores. You can buy animals in a pet store, but it's not technically buying it, it's a donation, because the pet stores work through the shelters, what do you call them when you release the animal to animal control, or turning them in. You're getting those kind of dogs as well, and they are physically checked. When you buy right now from a store that I wouldn't even want to go to, because knowing that half the animals that got shipped from Minnesota to this store here, like happened many years ago in Daytona, when they found a paddle truck with, I don't know, Adam, how many hundreds of dead dogs and cats were in these things? Anyway, they left them in the parking lot at 98 degrees, so they died. So that's alerted our county that something really serious needs to be done. And that started us on that end of it. So you need to know what prompted us to do certain ordinance, changes, because we've lived through it in Volusia County, especially the animal abuse, neglect, abandonment. We all think it's the same, but technically we know by law it's a little bit different. And we're still getting educated on that. But it really, I don't know. I think the hard work is 10 years. And two people aren't here. Bob Belt, who from New Smyrna, he's like the cat person out there. He helped form the spay and neuter program out there. Bob Baird, who passed away recently, he was dedicated to feral cat colonies. He was an asset in getting our taxpayer dollars saving spay and neuter, because when, the land animal with Gary took a cat to Halifax, and the city of DeLand got charged for 7 animals, but he put the one cat in there and she gave birth from there to Halifax, and we, the taxpayers, got nailed for 7 animals. So that's when the free spay and neuter, it's not free, it's our taxpayer dollars saving the money. And I think that's about it. And you guys are doing a good job up in Glenwood where I live. Thank you.
Thank you. And I haven't made this announcement, but I'll do this for this first-time speaker, John Nicholson. There'll be a timer on the monitor before you, if and I think there's one above my head too. And we now have a very delicate chime if you go over 3
Okay, because
minutes.
it's not up there now, and it's not here now.
There it is.
All right, John
You're
Nicholson,
burning time.
Daytona Beach side. One, I'm asking you to consider looking at the things in Daytona Beach as their, Daytona Beach and the county. All county property for their highest and best use, all right? 2 years ago, I talked to the county council chair about the use of the dump. It's 1,600 acres just sitting there. Eventually, we'll develop it and this, that, or the other, and I think there's a NIMBY section to it, or there used to be years ago. But when I was there and looking at the property, there was a brochure for a pet cemetery. We don't have a pet cemetery that I know of, and that would be a great, it doesn't take much up land, and put it aside for the poor that can't afford a cemetery plot, but they at least can bury their dead. And it wouldn't cost a squat, all right? It would be a service to the community. Also, that land, I brought somebody there one time and they said, well, where's the dump? And I said, you're in it. And he said, where? Because he's used to garbage all over the place. It's a well-landscaped area, right? I was thinking of a bicycle trail for competition, a cross-country trail for competition. We could be the finest in the state for cross-country, in the nation, actually, because there's so much of it and so varied. Also, Greg Gimbert came to you 2 years ago or so about a mud area. Well, if you're going to be putting it in a bunch of trash on top of it anyway, you might as well use it for a mud trail until you use it as such. Secondly, do infrastructure in advance. I know I talked to you years ago about it. LPGA. I tried to get the city to do it 10 years ago because I knew what was coming out. When Maury Hosseini says he's going to build in an area, when the Margaritaville says they're going to build in an area, you know it's going to explode. And we needed LPGA, and our commission said, oh no, don't worry about it. Nobody will build there until after 2025. So we've got 10 years. Well, guess what? It's not been 10 years, and we're in a mess. That's going to happen all over the county. So I'm asking you to look for this infrastructure, and I don't care how much it costs you, get it done in advance before all the bodies show up, because then it's too late. And lastly, problem solving now rather than the future. All right? We know there's going to be a problem with water in the future. Let's look at it and solve it now. Whether you believe in climate change comes from the people or from nature, it's here. We might as well deal with it. What's going to happen when our oceans rise? I live near the ocean. I'm not worried. I'm 40 feet above. It's going to take a while to get 40 feet, but my neighbors are not. All right? Our tourists are not. So we need to look at that. We need to look at the climate change in total. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to item 1, the consent. I guess I'm timed out. We'll adjourn. That brings us to the, you guys are enjoying this way too much.
Mr. Brower,
Yes.
I just received one more public comment if you would like to hear this one.
Certainly. Is it from you? No? Denny Coletti,
Yes, sir.
thank you for coming.
Thank you. Well, it's been a long 10 years since we have tried to get this ordinance passed. I, for one, am privileged to be a part of animal control and services and everything that we've done. Adam Leith has worked his butt off. Having said that, I think that, and I've done some of my homework, my conviction is that abuse, neglect, abandonment of any animal, of any child, is the same. It is cruelty. And no matter how you slice it, no matter how you try to, well, this didn't happen, that didn't happen, the bottom line, it would make life a lot easier for our animals if we put it all under one umbrella. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming, and
Thank
speaking
you.
up. Okay, now we will go to item 1, the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item that they would like to pull for either discussion or a vote? Danny Robbins.
Just like to talk about item C.
Danny's pulling C for discussion.
Move to approve agenda. Consent.
And we have a motion by Lowry, second by Wheeler, to approve the consent agenda. We'll vote on that first, and then we'll discuss item C. All in favor of passing the consent agenda as a whole, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And Danny, item C.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go over and point out real quick, section 2.12 of the agreement. It shows the paper's gone up about 28.5%. I can only imagine it's going to go up more. Plywood is up. Everything to do with pulp is up. George, several months ago, we had briefly talked about possibly looking to go towards a paperless system. Did we have any updates on that and kind of where we're at? And do we have a plan in place, or can we put a plan in place to achieve that goal within?
Sure. All of our divisions have basically an edict to go as paperless as possible. In fact, as I sit on a pile of it right here, I'm also converting over to paperless myself. So each of the areas, we don't have a county-wide plan per se, but we do have each of the departments and divisions working on it. Also, we have a very big effort of scanning that's going on to get rid of old paper as well, which will free up space. One of the reasons we haven't added much in terms of administrative space. In fact, we've tried to consolidate through the years. So yes, the idea is to get rid of paper, and each of the divisions are responsible. And as we get into the budget, you'll see that they've all responded, as we've had very good cooperation with people holding down their budgets, even though in some cases they're seeing 15 and 20% inflation of their supplies. So that's how we're making it, is by conserving things like paper.
Wait, are we tracking, George, what we're saving in that paper? Because I know paper's probably our biggest
Well, we haven't
expense.
tracked it formally, but we can. I mean, we can take a look at, definitely the purchasing department will see what's on these contracts, and we can take a look and see how we've reduced. So we'll do that.
No, that sounds good. As long as we're working toward, and if there's anything we can do on our end policy-wise to help you guys out.
Less items on the agenda.
Right,
would be,
hey,
uh,
I'm down. That's good.
Sorry.
So, but that way we can get a little taste maybe around budget season or budget time, and I can only imagine it's going to keep going up, where we can physically set a time limit. Hey, we want to go 80% paperless or 100% paperless by in 12 months' time or less. That would be
Sure.
so. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. And that brings us to item 2, a happy occasion for at least one person, retirement of Fire Division Chief Paul Ebanks after 32 years of excellence in service.
Come on down, Paul. Just as good looking as the day you started. Well, good morning, Council, Mr. Chair. My privilege to be here today to celebrate the retirement of Division Chief Paul Ebanks. Before I get started, just a note, as a fire chief, some of the more rewarding opportunities in a career are to recognize men and women when they join our family, and more importantly, when they have an opportunity to retire. So watching them grow over the years, is always very rewarding from the time of hire to the time that they retire, and I'm just really excited for Paul today. So with that, Division Chief Ebanks has been a long part of our organizational history. Last year, we celebrated 35 years with Volusia County Fire Rescue. So Paul came in at a time, firefighter Ebanks came in at a time when we had very few career personnel, augmented by over 400 volunteers, covered over 1,000 square miles, had over 20 fire stations, and yes, we even had fire trucks with one-person career, augmented by the volunteers responding to calls. So over a period of those years, Paul has been a part of every step of that way as the organization grew. And as the organization grew, Paul grew. He grew as a firefighter, as a paramedic, special teams on our TRT rescue, company officer, fire officer, and on several occasions when asked to do so, he stepped up to the deputy fire chief role. There's no doubt in my mind Paul could be here today as the fire chief. He chose to work with the working people, and we've always appreciated that, and Paul has always been very much appreciated. So it gives me a lot of pleasure having to know him over my work career here and what he's accomplished. Now that's the firefighter Paul and Division Chief Paul Ebanks. Then there's the personal side. Paul again came in as a young firefighter, and since then on a personal level, he became a paramedic. He got his associate's degree. He got 2 bachelor's degree, had to one up me there. And after he got his 2 master's degree, he went on for his PhD. So before you is a very talented fire officer that this organization is going to lose. We're going to miss him tremendously, and I really do think he has served not only our department, but the citizens and visitors of Volusia County very well. Happy retirement, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you.
Don't tell no secrets.
Today's very bittersweet for me. I really appreciated working here for Volusia County government. It's been a very rewarding career for myself and my family. We're very blessed to God's been very good to me. So he smiled on me and for my family, and I appreciate the opportunity, both to you and your predecessors for giving me the awesome responsibility of serving the citizens and visitors of Volusia County, Florida. So thank you.
Would you like to have your family join you?
I'm
Would
sorry.
you like to have your family join you?
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, they'd really get a kick out of it. Okay. Is it okay to approve?
Yes.
That was good. Pulled it off.
Okay, I see you. Good. Oops, let me do that again.
One more? Let me get one more. One more. Please don't blink. Please don't blink. Picture of him with the staff.
Sure, sure, sure. Hey, guys. Chief. Yes, there you go. One more. I want to get one more shot with.
I got one going in middle school, so that's gonna look good.
Okay, help me get up. Thanks. Okay.
One more.
Okay, that's a good line up there. No, let's put you on that side.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
Make it even.
one more? Okay. Uh-oh, I gotta move back now. I gotta move back there. Okay. Back to the back.
1, 2, 3. Okay, and 1, 2, 3.
My turn. Here, you step in a bit.
Want me to hold the button?
That brings us to item 3, Coastal Conservation Association, Florida Orlando Utilities Commission, and Shell USA Inc. donation to the Artificial Reef Program. And Jessica, you're doing this? Ben, are you doing this? It's all you.
Good morning, Jessica Fentress, Volusia County's Coastal Division. Really happy to come here today for this agenda item. We are pleased to announce that the first reef of material deployment at the newly established Lighthouse Point Artificial Reef Site is planned for the morning of Saturday, June 18th, pending favorable weather conditions. This new reef site is one of 3 near-shore reef sites permitted along the Volusia County coastline. Each site is located approximately 2.7 miles offshore and is roughly 150 acres in size. Those of you who are avid fishermen and women know the importance of fishing within state waters in the Atlantic Ocean and how that may impact what you can keep on your boat. The Orlando Utilities Commission donated approximately 350 tons of concrete structures, transported the material to the coast, and provided a staging site to load the material. The Coastal Conservation Association, also known as CCA, and Shell Oil donated approximately 50 tons of granite and the $20,000 fee to have the county's artificial reef contractor load and deploy the materials. Here today to say a few words is Frank Giddis, CCA Florida Director of Habitat and Environmental Restoration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We really want to thank Volusia County for their ongoing artificial reef program. We do a lot of artificial reefs around the state of Florida. We've done 25 in the last 7 years. And you all have one of the best programs in the state, and we really do enjoy working with you all. We worked with you guys about 4 years ago. I was up here doing another check presentation for the Lady Philomena, which, as you all probably know, is a huge diving and fishing attraction. So I wanted to present this check today for $20,000. It's on behalf of CCA Florida, and Shell Oil. I also wanted to just kind of add in, we've partnered with Orlando Utilities Commission on this. They weren't able to make it today, but OUC really stepped up, because right now your staging site's being used by the Army Corps, and there's nowhere to stage materials to load them on a barge and deploy. So OUC stepped up. They donated the materials. They paid to transport them from the Orlando area over to Titusville, and so it's been a wonderful thing. We couldn't have done it without them, and so we just want to thank you all again. We're really excited. It's going to be a great reef for visitors and locals, and a lot of people will be using it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Yes.
We've got some good news. Mr. Vince Preston, OUC Director of Logistics, is also here today and would like to say a few words.
Board Chair, County Commissioners, thank you for allowing us to be here this morning. As the previous speaker mentioned, it is a pleasure for us as OUC to be able to donate to this reef. We are engaged in a fairly large construction project in Osceola County. So this was an opportunity for us to be able to contribute to this, to our local community, Central Florida. And so on behalf of the Orlando Utilities Commission and our CEO, Clint Bullock, thank you for allowing us to participate.
Thank you very much.
For a photo of the check. Okay, I'll go get it.
Okay. Let's have everybody take a big step that way. No, you guys in the back, stay where you are. I'm waiting on a stool, because I gotta get taller.
Okay, and 3, 2, 1.
Okay, thank you.
And 3, 2, 1.
Danny, let's have you move between Billy and Ben. That's better. Okay. All right, quarter step that way for Danny. Okay. All right, ready? Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Billy, Danny, and Ben, take a half step to your right. They didn't, yeah, that way. That's, yeah, move that way, all you guys. No, and Billy. Everybody else stay put. That's it. Ready? Okay. One more. That's good. Okay.
That's it, right?
Jessica, do you know the coordinates of where this will be?
I do. It is on your second page
Okay.
of your agenda packet.
As long as it's there.
Are the exact coordinates. And please tune in to our Facebook and our social media sites, because as we get closer to the deployment date, We'll make an announcement on the exact time that we're going to do the
Okay.
deploy. If we get bad weather, we're not going to be able to do it on Saturday, but we might be able to do it a Friday or Thursday or Sunday. And we'll make an announcement, and we welcome everybody to come out. We'll even make an announcement when it's going through the inlet in case you want to view from land. But if you want to bring your boat out and come watch a deployment, a lot of people don't get the opportunity to see how it happens. We're more than happy to have, a big group with us. We also are going to be releasing a video that community information put together on our social media today, along with the public announcement on the deployment. That it's really a cool video. So,
Excellent. Thank you.
sir.
I need a motion to approve this and accept the money. Motion
Second.
to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And that brings us to Lisa Lewis, barely a week before deadline, and all of the information has been given to her, and she has worked tirelessly to bring us the precinct revisions due for reapportionment.
Correct. Am I high enough? Can you hear me?
What?
Can you hear me? Is this good? Okay. It needs to go up?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hello, hello. Testing 1, 2. Good morning. Thank you very much. I must really present to you my apologies for this being such short notice to get it on the agenda, and that is to Mr. Chair, the members of the County Council, Mr. Rechtenwald, and Carissa is my new best friend, let me tell you. And the members of the public, because this was by no means trying to be a sneak on for precincts, but we needed to get these approved because the law states that precincts and polling rooms or polling locations would be approved by the county council, or commission districts is what it actually says. And we draw those precinct lines, however you do approve them. So that is what we're going to present to you today. But before I get into it, I have got to give a big, huge shout out to the county ITGIS department. Because I will tell you that whenever I heard that Mr. Al Hill was retiring right before redistricting and reapportionment and drawing new precinct lines, we were a little, I don't know if all the staff was, but I was a little worried because they were a big part of this. But when the county hired Brandon, you hit it out of the ballpark, let me tell you. And I don't know, he was here, I saw him. Oh, there you are. Thank you. He did a phenomenal job because he has come to the office. He has worked late. He even Saturday, while we were at the office, we were on Teams, and he was redoing some lines with us. Not what y'all drew, or not what anybody drew, but our precinct lines and our boundaries. And it just, to have that dedication to this process is remarkable. So thank you, Brandon, and your staff. I know Patrick was a big part of it too, but thank you very much. And I would be remiss if I did not talk about my staff. Kendrick, oh, there he is, in case we want to see something. Kendrick, Kat, Frank Celeste, in my office have learned more about making maps than I think they ever thought they would know about making maps. It is no easy feat. Just the times that I sat in on these meetings with them and trying to follow all of these lines, because when we get into this, you'll see how many lines we have to deal with. I cannot thank them enough. They are truly dedicated to this county and to elections also. So I have to say that in public because they're remarkable. I could not ask for better. So let's get into this. Reapportionment and redistricting. Reapportionment, comes after the census, where it reallocates the lines to make sure that they are fair and equitable to the amount of voters that we have, not voters, but people for representation, starting with congressional lines all the way down to the state lines, county council lines, school board lines, whatnot. Then redistricting ensures
that each of those districts do represent an equal number, as equal as possible, of voters there and people when they're voting. So how do we determine the districts? It's based on all of these lines. So when the Florida legislature draws the Senate lines, the House lines, the congressional lines, the school board does theirs, county council does theirs, and any municipalities that may change their zones within their city limits. That all comes into play. We also have the West Volusia Hospital Authority that's on the west side of the county that is a voting hospital board. So all that comes into play. Now, in April, when a special session was called for the congressional lines, we had to wait on that. Of course, census numbers were late. Then when they called the special session about the congressional lines, that was late. A lawsuit was filed. A stay was granted. Appeal was filed. We finally have lines. Thank goodness that both maps that they were going back and forth on did not truly affect Volusia County. So we were able to start drawing. You'll see these are the jurisdictional lines that impact Volusia County. As I said, the congressional, we now have 2 seats. Senate's we're in 2 seats. House has 4. County council and school board each 5. We have 16 municipalities here in Volusia County. And of those municipalities, 4 of those vote by zones. There's 21 zones in those 4 cities that have to be divided up. You have the hospital authority, and then we have CDDs, which are community redevelopment districts. There are 11 in Volusia County, but I'm very thankful I don't have the 20, 25, or 50 that some counties have, so keep our fingers crossed. Indigo has been the major one that we have had in Volusia County that has voting rights. We do have a new one. Pioneer has hit the criteria for that, so they will be voting this year on their representatives. This is a map of the congressional line. You see it just about divided Volusia County in half, not a straight line, mind you, and this does not even show one portion of what the little lines where it takes those little jagged edges. And let me tell you, if anybody wants to see anything interactive, Hendrick is here and we have it set up that we can zoom in, because there are some locations where these lines go, and one specifically here in DeLand, down on the south end going down McGregor Road, the congressional line dips, comes up and cuts out a portion of DeLand voters. Part of it's in the city, part are unincorporated, and puts them into Congressional District 7, which would be kind of voting south into Orange City. However, they're DeLand voters. So we then create a precinct just specifically for them, because we have to report by congressional district when we report the results. So it's little things like that that we have to look at. So the congressional lines, or line, which divided us into, we were 1 congressional district, we now have 2 representatives. State Senate lines, we did have 3, and on this, the light blue line is the previous lines, and then the dark blue is where they have drawn the new line. So now we are represented by 2 state senators, or will be. And you can see it almost goes up to the top, and it's very hard to tell on these maps the way it dips and what boundaries it does follow around. The state house lines, are represented by 4 and will continue to be represented by 4 representatives. However, our numbers have changed for Volusia County. And again, the light green line is the old districts, the dark green are the new districts. Of course, you know the county council lines. Light purple is previous, dark purple is what has just been approved. And then we have the school board, which is light yellow previous, darker yellow is what the lines are now. This is the municipal lines, their city boundaries, and it's very, I don't know if you can see from the computers you're looking at, but you can see some of the zones are numbered in each of the cities. Some of them you have to live in specific zones and to run, however, it's voted on countywide, or citywide, I'm sorry. But 4 cities, which is Orange City, Ormond Beach, Daytona, and Deltona, all run by zones. So if any of those cities happen to they do redistricting and reapportion their zones, then that comes into play and that figures into our precinct lines. Here's the hospital authority. Of course, it's not a straight line down the center of Volusia County. It's kind of jagged, but all those little cutouts have to come into play, and most of those come into play around between Daytona and DeLand area. Out there is where it kind of makes the jog, and so you'll see in a minute, I'll show you where we have some splits, and I'll explain what those are in a minute. Here are our CDDs. We have 11 true CDDs. The top one that's listed there, Orlandia Heights, is down in the DeBerry area, and they have voted to tax themselves every 10 years for their roads and improvements within their community. So every 10 years they have an election about whether or not they want to continue that. So we have them set separate. And one of the lines divided Orlandia Heights in half almost. So rather than being all one, so now we have two areas of voting there because of one line that went through there. So what are precincts? They're boundaries that are drawn by the Supervisor of Elections office and approved by the council. And election day voting occurs within these precincts, which we can combine to make into one location if we need to combine several of them in there. And as I mentioned before, the results are reported to the state by congressional district. That's why whenever we have these lines that dip down, in the middle of cities or in the middle of an area, we want to make them a whole precinct. Even though they're both in Daytona or both maybe in this portion of DeLand, we divide that so that when we report, we have to report by the whole precinct, not a half, which then you have to go back and do that by hand. Precincts are not representative districts. They don't mean that somebody has that whole district. And then the census block is what we use when we're mapping out those precinct boundaries. So what did we consider? District alignment with all of the lines that we were presented. We changed our precinct numbers so that we have a continuous flow of numbers depending on the area. The accessibility, what precincts that we have or we've used before, and looking at their ADA compliance, and the room to host these elections. And then election day voting. How many voters actually vote on election day anymore? Voting by mail and early voting has truly picked up. Over half of the voters have already voted by the time election day gets here. In 2020, 83% had already voted before election day got here. And in 2018, 67% had voted before election day got here. So the community precincts are dwindling. You know, it's easier for somebody to come to early voting when they may be close to the area. There's more days for that, more opportunity. And of course, voting by mail is an ease and the convenience of voting in your own home. So district alignment and numbers. We took all these lines, put them together. And when I say we, I mean staff and staff. I looked at them. But we wanted to eliminate some unnecessary splits. And a split is, like, let's say this Orlandia Heights. It used to be in 305. So we had 305A because they were their own split. Now with this line going in the middle of it, we have 305A and 305B because part of them are in, let's say, State Senate 7 and part are in State Senate 8. So that's two separate ballot styles because one person on this side cannot vote for the candidate on the other side. So it's looking at all of that. So we tried to eliminate unnecessary ones. In places that we could, I gave them a whole precinct number rather than these splits. So our numbering system starts in Northwest Volusia. Seville is 101. So we start there. We come down. When we get into Glenwood, we start at 201. We come into Orange City, we're at 301. Into Deltona starts 401, and our last precinct in Deltona is 418. Okay. Then we go up to the northeast quadrant, to Ormond Beach, and we start 501 there, come into Holly Hill, still has some 500s. We get into Daytona, starts at 601. South Daytona and the Shores start 701. And go down through Port Orange and Ponce Inlet. New Smyrna Beach will start at 801. Edgewater starts at 9:01, ending in Oak Hill at 9:06. So we have 134 precincts countywide, and then we have 57 splits in some of those precincts. So number of ballot styles is 191, which we were at 207. So we did come down some. We were able to combine some. However, I will tell you, with all of these different lines and the jurisdictions and lines not following the same whenever they could or can, when you get a primary and we have 191 ballot styles, and for ease of math, I'm going to say 200, with a Republican, a Democrat, and a nonpartisan ballot, that's 3 times 200 is the possibility of 600 ballot styles in a primary. That's why I preached for 2 years. So for the next 10 years, you're going to hear it again. However, but we have come down some, but I would like, at some point, all these maps are going to be interactive on our website once everything is approved, all the precinct lines. So you will be able to click on them, zoom in, you can see where the lines go, you can see what representatives are for that area, starting at congressional and working your way all the way down to a city if it's in a city. So you'll be able to look at all of that. Each of your names will pop up if they're click on in your district and give the information of contact, just who represents that. A voter will be able to put in, not even necessarily a voter, a person will be able to put in their address, zoom right down to it, find the information for them. So we're very happy about that. Thankfully, the county has done that, so we are incorporating that also. I think will be great. So accessibility, what we looked at there was combining precincts into a larger space, but we have to ensure that they're ADA compliant. And community centers are a great one, any government facility, because they all have to be ADA compliant. Schools, they are closing the schools both for the primary and for the general election this year. Have full support of the school board, they all want that. They are voting on the calendar next Tuesday, but I have been told that it's just a formality, that was what they wanted. They told their calendar committee. So I'm very happy about that, because that does provide a lot easier access, and of course they are geographically located. Now, there are not enough schools to house all of this, all of the voters, because some of the schools, you have elementary and a middle school right next to each other. We would not utilize both. So in areas like that, so we wouldn't use all the schools that they have, but we have looked at quite a few. So election day voting, as I mentioned, this is what we look at. You can see a graph over the years going back to 2014. Of course, all the dips are usually in a primary election. There's not a heavy turnout in primary. But voting by mail and early voting is up. This was from the last 2 presidential years, because those are our biggest turnouts, and how you see the total voter turnout and how many vote before election day. And as I said, in the general of 2020, we had 83% that voted ahead of time. This is our proposed precinct map, and to shrink it down to get the whole county in for this, all the numbers do not pop up, but I assure you every one of them are there. When you see an A or a B, that is where you see the split. Some of them you would even see C, D, E, F, G. We've gone up to. So 2012 versus this year, 2022, the last time we did redistricting, we had 179 precincts prior to that, and we went down to 125. However, we had 207 splits. You see the population and the number of registered voters. Fast forward to now, we have 134 precincts that we are proposing with 191 with splits. And if you see, our population has grown, and so have the number of registered voters. So to be able to make sure we have room and the capabilities of having all these, because we always hope for 100% turnout. We need to be ready for that. The splits, these are our main areas, what we have before this proposed precinct. In 602, you can see where they're due to what? CDD lines, state senate lines, the hospital authority, what goes through that precinct. That's the large area coming out off of LPGA headed west. Then in the Lake Helen area, this is 222 and 223, which is city versus unincorporated area around Lake Helen. We had 11 splits in Little Lake Helen. Thank goodness a lot of that was cleaned up. I mean, and most of that where the state, school board, and county all kind of went through Lake Helen. They used that as their, I think, started and then went out from there. Now, Precinct 602 has become 601. We're down to 7 splits where it was 13 before. Lake Helen area is down to 6 where it was 11, so that helps. And then our Edgewater area, 902 has a few splits in it, and that's due to 4 lines from CDDs. That is the Deering Park stewardship that has gone through there, and it's city, unincorporated, county, school board, and then the CDDs. So that's what makes those splits there. Everyone will get a new voter information card mailed to them once this is approved. And after this is approved, let me just tell you what we have to do is put it in our voter registration database. All of the streets that go with each respective district has to be put into our voter registration base. And if you don't think I'm going to be proofing that, to make sure that the voters know where they're going to vote and who their representatives that they're voting for. All that information is on the cards. It will have their precinct number, and then on the back side is the voting districts that is for their area and their polling location. These are the offices up for election. I just like to tell everybody what could possibly be on your ballot. It's quite a bit. And then the schedule, primary election August 23rd, November 8th is the general election. Those are the early voting dates, deadline to register, and then especially for the primary, the deadline to change your party. If anybody wants to before the primaries, we're a closed primary state. And as Chairman Brower said, qualifying is next week. It begins June 13th at noon and runs through June 17th, which is that Friday at noon. We are accepting pre-qualifying paperwork. We started last week, but so as I receive them, we date stamp them in when 12 o'clock hits on Monday in the order that we receive them. Always visit our website, volusiaelections.gov. We've gone to a more secure website with the .gov, but all of this will be on the information on there once it has been approved, and go to clicking. So I will be happy to answer any questions. And if you did want to see anything up close, we do have that available. Did I miss anything?
It's mind-boggling. It's really amazing that we get a count out and as accurate as you did here in Volusia County. I have a personal question. Did Dwight hang around? Are you still married?
I am.
Are you?
He did not.
And so
he has not run for cover yet.
It sounds like we need at least 2 people to hang around for 10 years. So if you promise not to run Kendrick off, we'll get George to promise not to run Brandon off.
Okay, good. Deal.
Thank you for the hard work getting this to us this morning. What happens in the unusual event that this council doesn't vote to accept this?
We go back to the drawing board, and what little hair I have left will be gone, I know. And I will have to tell you that between staff, both county and the supervisor's office, they did the work. They truly have spent a lot of time on this. I don't think that they liked me popping my head in there, because that's when I would say, no, that number should not be that. Let's continue this way, you know, or trying to make it in some semblance of order, you know. If we can help but not having a split, let's make it a full precinct. But then you know, it's part of the law that if there's less than 25 voters, then they need to vote somewhere. There's a lot more than just looking at the lines also.
Yeah. Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm gonna make the motion, but I also have a question. Mail-in ballots, when do they go out, and what is what's the process for someone requesting one, and how long does it last once they do?
Okay. Mail-in ballots will be mailed July 9th for overseas and military voters, and then July 14th for the rest of us. To request one, you need name, address, date of birth, either your Florida driver's license number, Florida state identification number, or the last four of your social security number. Whichever one of those three numbers can be verified on our records. If anyone were to call in, we can ask them for the specific number. There are voters that do not have that information because way back it wasn't required to register to vote. So if that happens, then we have to send an application to them for them to complete and send in the required information before that is.
So you can call in or go online,
Yes.
is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And then once they do apply and get it,
It is through the next general election calendar year. So it will take you, somebody through, if they were to request today, through the end of this year. So any elections that were to come up, they were eligible to vote in, it would take, they would get one.
so they would have to ask for another one for 2024?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. So I made the motion to accept.
Everyone else seconds. You. We'll give the second to Dr. Lowry. Motion by Gertman. Are you ready? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed by like sign. Motion carries 6-0. Suzanne, you didn't bring the confetti? You again. Kendrick, thank you, Brandon, and all the staff. We
Yes.
watched some of this process, and it was, I will say that the county council got you our information first, I believe.
Yes.
Would this be time to say, way to go, Brandon?
I will tell you that you
Yes,
did
sir.
have an attachment that Carissa had laid down for you. These were the old precincts and the new precinct numbers. So just so you
Okay.
know what that is.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's go vote.
That was on my PowerPoint, I took it out.
Okay. Okay, that brings us to item 4. An adoption hearing amending in its entirety Chapter 14, Article 2 of the Code of Ordinance regarding animal control, which we will hear in a minute, has been worked on for quite a long time.
Good morning, Chairman Brower, members of the council, Jim Judge, Interim Deputy Director for Public Protection. We have Adam Leith here this morning to make a presentation on the proposed changes to the ordinance. Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Judge. Good morning, distinguished members of council. Adam Leith, Division Director for Animal Services. I am excited to bring to you today what is the culmination of many years of work by both staff as well as our advisory board, many of whom are here today to provide you their feedback on the proposed edits to the ordinance. This advisory board has been very active with the ordinance. We have many different individuals representing both business, private breeders, individual pet owners, the Department of Health, and many others who've really helped us in cultivating and framing the edits that you see in front of you today. So starting with the proposed changes, these are the new additions to the ordinance in what was Chapter 14. We've added some specific protections for pets based upon our interaction with animal welfare and the issues affecting pets within our community, as well as the relationship between people and pets and how sometimes that also needs to be evaluated. So looking to the first addition, which was the mistreatment and abandonment of pets, you can see the specific terminology there to the left. What we are trying to do is to ensure that the welfare for pets is accounted for within our community and also offer individuals who may not otherwise have access to resources for their pets to get those resources. You see the photo to your right We actually have worked with our Department of Corrections, Corrections Division, on building dog houses for a lot of the members of the public who do not have them and their pets need them. Our intent in this ordinance is to ensure that we can increase the welfare of pets while also simultaneously providing resources to our citizens and benefiting both at the same time. The next addition that you will see is also anti-tethering. Anti-tethering here for Volusia County, as you see in the photo to the left, all too often we see pets that are permanently tethered out at particular residences at homes. And we'll get into a moment as to what some of the motivations might be behind tethering pets. It is not a new practice. It is something that has taken place for centuries. And there are some more humane options that we want to be considering here for our pets in Volusia County, as well as resources for pet owners to ensure that they can not only comply with the new ordinance, but that we can also ensure that their pets get an even better quality of welfare. What are some of the motivations? So sometimes pets do get away from their owners. They may escape, and it's a cheap way for individuals to secure them onto the property. I would argue that there are some alternate measures, such as fencing and some additional behavior enrichment that we can walk them through with our field operations staff to show them how they can integrate those pets within the home or for a suitable enclosure outdoors. Owners may also be trying to protect their property or their dogs from something. We unfortunately do see a practice in many of the search warrants that are executed in law enforcement raids for narcotics and other illegal activity, where dogs are utilized as a warning sign for individuals who might be going to the property for reasons that we all are concerned about. The owner's fence may be damaged, and we work with owners every day to try to mitigate those things. If we can fix the fence, if we can identify resources for them, we do so. There are also issues around landlord tenants, which we are still committed to working through. Individuals who may not be allowed to have pets within the home, what options exist for them. These are very real challenges that constituents are challenged and faced with, and we want to provide the resources and be the community resource for pets here in Volusia County. So we have two of the largest nonprofits here in the United States, the Humane Society for the United States, as well as the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, have been very direct in their responses and their recommendations to update ordinances to provide protections for pets who may find themselves at the end of a tether permanently. We also have 4 of the 16 municipalities here in Volusia County that have already adopted, in the time that we were crafting the edits in front of you today, passed those revisions for anti-tethering within their respective jurisdictions. We also have 19 specific jurisdictions within the state of Florida who have also passed similar measures regarding anti-tethering here in the state of Florida. We've also added some provisions. This was born out of a number of concerns that many of our constituents might be experiencing within their specific neighborhood. While we certainly do not want to have issues persist within a community, for instance, dogs barking incessantly, causing concern for the community, we find ourselves in a position where we need to make sure that there's regulation so that we can ensure that the peace and quality of life that individuals have living in our great county is not unreasonably disturbed. However, we also are pretty savvy at not utilizing enforcement as our first means of response. Most of our citations are issued in this ordinance a proposal as a fix-it ticket. If individuals find themselves in noncompliance or have issues relating to the ordinance, we give them an opportunity to comply first, and oftentimes are able to provide the resources directly to them in order to achieve compliance. Only in situations where we do not have the resources available and they refuse to provide those resources to their pet do we end up finding ourselves with the clerk of courts and with our judicial system. But in this particular section, we had a number of requests from constituents in regards to barking dogs and dogs roaming about and creating some concerns for their community. Wanted it to have that memorialized in the updated ordinance. Another serious concern that we face here in Florida, pets in vehicles kids in vehicles. All of them are pretty dangerous situations. And much like children, pets also can't remove themselves from these quite hazardous conditions. As you can see, the photo to the left was actually a criminal case that took place here in Volusia County. And what we are trying to propose is stemming from a serious concern of individuals not recognizing the dangers that placing pets in vehicles in our county, in our Florida heat, might look like. In fact, you can see just here in Volusia County, including just last month, we had 3 pets die in a vehicle in New Smyrna Beach. It is not a new problem, unfortunately. Many other counties, you can see 2 listed there just as examples. It is something that creates quite a concern and something that we want to ensure the protection for pets for years to come. The next is the prohibition on retail sale of dogs and cats. This currently does not affect any unincorporated pet store business within Volusia County, but we are advocating for what is considered to be a best practice for the procurement of pets within the United States, and we are encouraging individuals to still utilize those retail locations. But I really think the big box stores, those like PetSmart and Petco, Pet Supermarket, have really led the force in creating what is a new pipeline for, unfortunately, sheltered pets who do not have a home for them to find access to the public. So for those big box stores, including Tractor Supply and many others within our community, they already source their pets available in the pet store from local shelters. This also in no way prohibits or makes any challenge for individuals who are wanting to acquire pets, which is the most common practice by getting one from someone that you know. In fact, studies show that the procurement of pets typically takes place from a friend or a relative. That still in any way does not preclude individuals from procuring pets, especially dogs and cats, from the same way. In fact, the ordinance also articulates the way in which individuals can breed pets within our community so that we can ensure that not only are they sterilized, but that they're receiving the appropriate amount of care. Next is pet collateral transactions, which for some of you may come as something that you may not have heard of before. This is similar to the model of buying a product and paying for the product over a period of time. It's very common in many different retail establishments. Unfortunately, pets have also been utilized in these pet collateral transactions, and in several states have made this part of their state statute. Florida will be looking at that in the future. It is currently not in our state statute, but essentially an individual who may not have the funds to procure a pet in a pet store, they can lay down a deposit and then pay over a period of months a monthly payment. Unfortunately, what turns out to be a predatory lending practice to otherwise individuals who may not have the amount of disposable income to purchase that pet initially might face challenges if they are unable to provide the payment for years and months afterward. In fact, if they fail to provide payments, pets could be repossessed, families are uprooted. Those types of challenges are things that we don't want to see our citizens have to be subjected to, and their pets. The next is the prohibition of declawing of cats. This is again, a practice that many of you may be familiar with. What many of you may not be familiar with is what that concern presents to the animal welfare landscape. Specifically, it is actually removing the entire first digit of their paws, which is primarily done for aesthetics. There are more humane options that are commercially available in most retail pet establishments. And you have the Veterinary Centers of America issued a no declaw ban in 2020. You also have the American Association of Feline Practitioners. One of our only board-certified feline practitioners here in Volusia County is Dr. Amber Carter, who owns and operates the Cat Care Clinic in Ormond Beach. As part of being an American Association of Feline Practitioner practice, she has actually prohibited the practice within her own veterinary establishment and encourages others to do the same. And we want to provide additional measures that would be humane for owners and start by making sure that we have additional protections for our cat friends and family in our home as well. The next and the last section that I wanted to highlight very briefly are the limitations on ear cropping and tail docking of pets. These are very commonly done, typically for aesthetic reasons, but they are medical procedures. You are removing an appendage of an animal, so that certainly has the propensity to create pain and suffering. And we want to ensure that only a veterinarian is doing those practices, which is very common. Veterinarians do put animals under anesthesia and are appropriately trained to be able to do that to limit the pain and suffering of those patients. Unfortunately, we've had complaints where this has been done by individuals within their home, which causes an immense amount of pain and suffering, infection, and later complications to an issue that could have been remedied by utilizing one of our local businesses and our private veterinarians who operate within the county. With that, I will entertain any questions, and I appreciate your support.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I just had a couple quick questions, and thank you. Great job with putting this together. In addition to what we have now, how does it look like on enforcement? Are we able to enforce or effectively enforce what we have on the books now in terms of violations? And to go with that, with these new requirements, how much is it going to cost us additionally for staffing, staff time, enforcement? You had mentioned some providing resources and education. Do we have an idea?
It's a great question, Councilman, and one that I want to address because it's something that I think many individuals assume that we need to increase our budget, increase our personnel costs, increase our operating costs in order to implement these types of changes. And I submit to you that we're not increasing our budget, but we are reallocating existing expenses. So our current budget allots for $150,000 going to local nonprofit locations for the sheltering of pets. That is not providing resources directly to the public. That is for a pet to remain in confinement for 3 to 5 days. We pay on average of about $150,000 a year for that. I would submit to you that because we are doing so many of these progressive programs and services, we're able to address some of these problems upstream, and therefore pets don't end up in the shelter as often as they once did. And so we're utilizing those funds, providing those resources directly to the public. Things like our longstanding microchipping clinics, our vaccine clinics, those are paid for with funds that we currently have utilized and earmarked what would normally be for sheltering services. But to answer your question, we do not need to increase our staffing levels in order to respond to these. Our enforcement mechanism now is a means of last resort. We want to only enforce after we've already exhausted all other available opportunities, providing those direct resources, providing the education, making that connection within the community is really what officers strive to do every day. And we do not need to increase our staffing in order to keep up with those improvements in the welfare for animals.
Okay. We have state laws, and I was just reading that 82812, the animal cruelty. Just so the public, I had some folks call in and ask about this, and I just don't know the answer. Is this anything that we're doing here? Does this overlap with what's already on the books in terms of animal? I compare animal cruelty as a whole to almost like when I was a cop, disorderly conduct. You know, it's pretty wide-reaching, and it gives you maneuverability within that statute to do a lot. How is that going to affect the state? You know, because we can actually charge people with a misdemeanor instead of maybe a local fine, and you know that's obviously more hits home harder. Is there going to be any effect there? Are we duplicating resources with some of this stuff?
I wouldn't argue that it's a duplication. I would say that in that particular instance, we're dealing with lower level offenses. Typically, if I'm charging someone, in 82812 is our cruelty statute, it includes both a misdemeanor and a felony. The first provision under subparent 1 is a misdemeanor. The subparent 2 is a felony. We're talking about repeated infliction of unnecessary pain and suffering, very egregious cases whereby typically the pets have been succumbed to their illness or dead as a result of the call. Those are the types of egregious cases that we would be charging as a misdemeanor or a felony. The ordinance violations carry a maximum penalty, as I'm sure you're aware, of a $500 fine. We typically would be utilizing those for lower level offenses. It is not a duplication because our state statute provides the initial framework. Our ordinances can be more strict than state statute, but not less. So we're certainly not trying to reverse course or duplicate any current statutes that are on the books. But a lot of the discretion that you're describing, could we charge someone, for instance, with tail docking and ear cropping of their own pet? Yes. In fact, that would likely be a felony because that's pretty severe pain that the animal would have been endured. So we would likely charge in that situation. But if we have an ordinance that already outlaws the situation to begin with, the hope is that we bring awareness, we bring individuals into the fold who may not have otherwise thought about doing something like this, to know that that's not something that in Volusia County we permit.
Sure. I'm just reading unnecessarily mutilates, and then it's covered under the state statute, which, you know, docking and all this stuff by not a trained professional would cover. Then any animal in a cruel or inhumane manner commits animal cruelty. So, you know, ultimately, you know, I'm for a lot of this stuff, but when it comes down to adding more regulations, have we expended our resource when it comes to education? I've taken the stance personally of education before regulation. What have we done to put that stuff out there with our public before we took the final leap into fines, charges, more red tape, and more laws restraining our citizens?
It's a great question, and one that we focus a lot of effort on. We want to ensure that individuals have access to resources. We're in a veterinary crisis currently. Access to care is a serious problem for pet owners, especially nowadays when we're dealing with even more financial strains with all of the other hurdles that as a family individuals have to overcome. What I would submit to you is that what we oftentimes see in our cases, let's say you might have a pet that has a cropped tail or bobbed ears. We at Animal Services want individuals not to do that outside of a veterinary establishment. The state statute provides the framework. If we can catch someone in the middle of that act, we know specifically what took place. The ordinance actually takes that an additional step further, indicating that possession of an animal with those modifications, there has to be proof that a veterinarian did that. The state statute doesn't in any way address that particular issue. So in answering your question, what I would submit to you is our outreach campaigns. We are regularly on many of our platforms between Volusia Magazine, our social media outlines, our local media partners. We do a lot of PR surrounding our pet resource events, our drive-through events, and we're really trying to find, if there are any business owners who are listening today, we're really trying to engage as many different external stakeholders as possible so that the taxpayers are not going to have to pay for that additional resource that may at some point end up needing to be addressed.
Right, and thank you. And lastly, or second to last here, FFA and the 4-H program in the cattlemen's and agriculture is big in Volusia County. How will this affect the kids and their programs? Because I see in the definitions it just says animals. It's not dog or cat specific. When it comes to leasing, I mean, some of these kids lease hogs, steers, cows. You know, we put a bull in another pasture to breed. Will it affect those folks there? And is there, what do we do to get those people the information so they can come in to maybe talk about what hardships that may cause them? Same thing with mobile groomers and stuff like that. I really haven't had an opportunity to reach out to some of the people in the district, but all those are concerns that have arisen. So sorry to put you on the spot for some of this.
Not at all. So FFA is a huge partner of ours. In fact, they work directly with us during some of our state certifications because we utilize some of those animals for our officers to get hands-on experience with. None of this will affect them. The ban on retail sale is affecting only dogs and cats. So if you're looking at small pocket pets, reptiles, other small mammals, none of those things are affected by this ordinance, and neither are livestock species. When you start looking at the tail docking and cropping, some of those things are done in the agricultural industry, especially tail docking, but our state statute specifically exempts common agricultural practices for those specific purposes, because there are differences between species. So our state statute already has carve-outs and protections for our agricultural industry, and they're huge partners and supporters of the work that we do.
All right. And fees, were any of the fees updated or modified?
I'm glad that you asked that, because that was the last point I was going to make before I sit down, and that is no. The passage of the ordinance will take place after council's vote. There will then be a resolution that will be brought back in front of council for consideration for both the fees for the services provided to animal services, as well as the fines that are accompanying this specific ordinance. And I have Sabrina Slack from County Legal next to me to make sure that I'm not selling that wrong.
Actually, the ordinance includes one fee that will be changed, the dangerous dog fee. The ordinance itself actually has a one-time, the first registration for $1,500 was added into the ordinance for a dangerous dog, and then the subsequent $500 renewal of a registration for a dangerous dog is the one fee that is modified in the ordinance itself.
Do we see a lot of issues like this? I mean, it seems like a city issue. You know, when I was in Daytona Beach, that's where a lot of this was taking place. Do we see, how are our numbers looking, just for the listeners and members of council, looking in unincorporated Volusia County?
It's a great question, and we actually have an interactive map on our website that you can actually see if there are any declared dogs that have caused severe injury to another person or more than once severely killed or injured another domestic animal. That is a public safety issue, so we have our interactive map on our website so that you can see all of them that have been declared within our area. But unfortunately, it happens all too often. We just had a hearing where we had 2 juveniles severely injured at a playground. We do have the interesting sort of tightrope walk to make sure that we're providing protections for pets while also at the same time for people and their individual ownership rights. Pets are considered property in the state of Florida, so we want to ensure that we preserve both. And I think we can do that. The ordinance is aimed at addressing the issues for both so that we can improve the welfare for animals.
Oh, excellent. And just to wrap this up, and I'm sorry, but no, I think it's great. And I can support some of these. Like your tethering, and there was another one in here. But as a whole slate, I just don't know if I'm there yet with some of these other ones, because it just appears that a lot of this is covered under state statute already. You know, so in the general terminology, I don't know if we can sit down and dig in and maybe collectively work on tweaking some of the verbiage in there, but I don't know that, I'd like to hear what the rest of the council has to say before I can maybe accept the whole thing. But thank you so much. Great presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just really pleased and proud of the work that's gone on through animal control, through the advisory committee, and the thoughtfulness, because to me, you've worked to change the culture and the perspective of the community when it comes to animal control. If you thought about the perception of the dog catcher and, you know, what was that perception previously, what I've seen in the last 2 years since I've either worked with you on concerns for the community is that you've done it thoughtfully. You've approached it in a way to identify what the true root issue is, how to educate the public, how to identify the resources within the community that can help make a difference, and not just be punitive, because you recognize some of this is cultural, right? Some of this is what people have grown to know and understand was a norm and didn't know the alternatives. And that's what I've seen. That's what this ordinance means to me. And to me, we've identified people within our community that we've appointed to make recommendations, to work with you, and this is a solid document and a solid approach forward. So it has my support. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just if I may, Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney, we've just walked over to you a strike-through version of the ordinance attached to the agenda. This was a major overhaul of Chapter 14. So attached to the agenda is what we call a clean version without the strike-throughs. This version was supposed to be attached to the agenda also. It was not. So I just want to walk you through what we've presented to you. The ordinance itself is what was advertised in the newspaper with all of the specific amendments and changes. So the title is significantly longer than what was attached to the agenda. There are also the whereas clauses, which will give you the basis for animal control ordinances and why we have these ordinances and the reasons based out of each statute, why they're there. And then each section, it now reflects the one that we've walked to you, the strike through the additional definitions that we've added for the purposes of enforcing these ordinances, the ones that were stricken through. Just to walk you through what we have particularly changed, that would be section 1. Section 2, the penalty section, we reorganized that and added some language that would clarify certain things, which would include, for instance, that for each infraction, we can add a $5 surcharge, which goes to animal control officer training. That was something that the clerk had indicated our ordinance was lacking, so we've added that into the penalty section. So going on through, like I said, this is what was presented to you in clean version, but this is the strike through, which indicates the major changes. Most of it is grammatical, some capitalization of individual sections. In the animal board section, which is section 6, we had to correct there was a missing appointment. The at-large member should get 2 appointments to make a 9-member. The ordinance previously only had the ability to appoint 8 people to the 9-member board. So there is a change on the animal control board to add that additional appointment by the at-large member to create a 9-member. In section 7, we have added a section for what would be the interfering with an animal control officer and a humane society officer and their duties. Section 8, that is where we've added the mistreatment or abandonment of animals. That's really a section that helps us supplement what's already with the state statute. In particular, for instance, if someone abandons an animal in an apartment complex, we now have an ordinance that provides us guidance on how to treat that animal. The animal wasn't particularly neglected, but it has been abandoned, so we're now able to take an animal with clearly under our ordinance that's not particularly been meets the state statute of cruelty, but has at least been abandoned. So now we can take that animal to the shelter. That's the new section, so it's completely underlined. We went through the tethering section. That's number 9, so that's a completely new section underlined. Section 10, we have updated the impoundment of animals, the process for taking them to Humane Society and those types of things. Section 11, the methods of enforcement. You can see we reworded some of the sections with the strike through and the underlines, which are now clearly set forth in what you have. Section 12 is our dangerous dog. It supplements the state statute. And what we've done in particular to supplement the state statute in section 12 is we've clearly defined what a secure enclosure is and for what signage you need for a dangerous dog. Otherwise, we track the state statute. The state statute allows us to enhance their particular sections, but what we've done is we've particularly enhanced that secure enclosure definition and also what signage you need once you have a dangerous dog. And again, I already alerted you that we did include in the ordinance the registration fee of $1,500 and a renewal fee of $500 for a dangerous dog. Sections 8 and 14, or 13 and 14, there's not much change there except to update in 13, just to do some grammatical. 14, we updated the vaccination or rabies vaccination section so that now there's clarity in when an animal needs to be vaccinated the first time, it's 4 months. And we also added in a provision regarding manufacturers. So some rabies vaccines now are not annual. So we added in clarification that if you have one of those, that's an exception to the annual rabies, but you still have to have it. There's also, in that particular section, we clearly indicated that feral cat communities are exempt from licensing if you're a volunteer that brings in a feral cat for the trap, spay, neuter, release program, that you don't have to license that cat because you volunteered to bring it in. So there is an exception in there for that. And that's in, I'm sorry, that's in section 15, that's licensing, I skipped ahead. But what we've also gone through, like I said, this is the version that has the strike through, so it's clearer than what was attached to the original agenda, which was just the clean version. And it adds the, like I said, in section 20. All right. Paulo said he wants me to wrap it up. So Paulo's like, they can read. So anyway, so you'll see towards the end where we've, section 20 is where we've expanded the nuisance, and then the underline for the new sections we added in that Mr. Leithart went through. But that's the, again, we walked through the strike through because this was not attached to your agenda. So that way we are requesting that you adopt the strike through version, which is, will show you clearly what's changed and what's not. If you have any questions, let me know.
Do we have any data? I mean, all this sounds like a great initiative. We have 4 out of 16 municipalities and 19 out of 67. Do we have any information on why more folks haven't jumped on board with any of this stuff, or is this?
It's a long process.
Okay.
Not all have embarked on that process. A lot of stakeholders, a lot of hearings, a lot of meetings to be able to do that. In my conversations with many of the municipalities, it just hasn't been on the top of the initiative yet, but there's been a lot that are very receptive. In fact, many of them have even signed on through mutual aid agreements from us on related topics. So we also are hopeful that this ordinance also might spark and be a model for some of those cities who may not immediately have adopted those changes currently.
Great. And then just to close it up, I can support a couple of them. And the animals and motor vehicles, absolutely. If there's a fine associated with that, I'd be in support of doubling it. We had a case down in New Smyrna. This gal had, 4 or 5 dogs she left in her vehicle. I mean, she was kind of brain dead. In that nature, that's ridiculous. So whatever we can do there, and then the tethering right now, but I'm just, like I said, interested in hearing what the council has to say about adopting everything or adopting, picking and choosing. Thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, this is a long time coming. This was a goal of yours at the very beginning, and thank you for all the hard work. I think these are items that certainly didn't come to this conclusion easily, and I think it was made thoroughly by the entire committee. And if there are no further questions, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. This is a public hearing, and we do have a couple members of the public who would like to speak. I have a couple of quick questions. Because everybody that may be listening to this in the public can't read what we have. One of my questions you answered in the document that you just gave us. I was going to ask you what the definition of a dangerous dog is, and I want the public to know that that's not breed specific, it's action specific.
That is correct. There's actually a presumption at the state level that would preclude individual jurisdictions and municipalities from passing laws that are specific to a breed. The only exception to that is Miami-Dade, and that was because they had an ordinance on the books before that preemption was put in place. This is based on specific actions. So a dog, according to 767.12 in our state statute and mirrored in our ordinance, indicates that a dog must more than once severely injure or attack and kill another domestic animal, or severely injuring, and severe injuries is defined as severe lacerations requiring sutures to one individual. So if that were to take place and we have those records and those are admissible, we then can declare that dog, and then there are provisions by which the owner can appeal if they so choose.
A lot of this seems to be preventative driven. How is enforcement? I guess it kind of goes to Danny Robbins' point. Is it complaint driven, or how do you find out where there's animals that are tethered? Or
we do get a number of calls from the general public. We respond to calls 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We have 6 officers and 1 field supervisor that work tirelessly to respond to concerns by the public. But those are also not including the number of calls from individuals who are just reaching out for resources. Both happen quite regularly at our department, and we work to respond to those complaints. It's also an opportunity for us whereby if we're going into a location and we're trying to improve the welfare for, because we know that they're not separate. We can improve the lives of animals. We inadvertently also improve the lives of their owners. So we want to make sure that when we're going into these locations that we're not looking at making individuals pay fines or show up in court. You know, our goal is to educate them on the fact that there is a standard in Volusia County. Here is what that standard is. Here are the resources that we can help you to comply. And then if they still fail to comply or they don't accept those resources, then at that point it becomes a monetary fine.
How are you dealing with, nobody leaves a child in a car to die on purpose. And I can't think of anybody who would do that to a pet either. It's a horrible accident. Maybe it is brain dead. I don't know. It's a horrible accident. How are you handling that? It almost seems like a penalty is adding insult to a horrible tragedy.
We definitely want to bring awareness to the issue, and the ordinance helps to do that. It also helps us. There are not individuals, I would say, that are intentionally doing these types of things, but the reality is sometimes it happens. Individuals who are running into a store happen to bring their pets along, you know, making them aware of that. We do a number of educational groups, not only with kids, but in many other civic organizations within the community. The ordinance helps us let them know that, you know, on top of the fact that you could potentially lose the life of your four-legged family member, but you could also be facing, you know, additional penalties on top of that, is a great way for us to incentivize responsible ownership in that regard, because it is completely preventable.
Okay. Last, can you just describe the spay and neuter services at the county? Because that's a huge issue that leads to the problems that you're trying to deal with here, is too many cats, too many dogs running around loose.
Yes, sir, and thank you for the opportunity. We are incredibly fortunate. The residents in Volusia County are extremely fortunate that we have access. Veterinary access now, when we're talking about the number of veterinarians in any given community, you don't have to look very far. Your local clinics are struggling to staff veterinarians. And then on top of that, we have an increase and continued increase of population of people who also have their pets with them. So we truly are at a veterinary crisis. And for the fact that Volusia County residents have a clinic that's accessible to them, not only further, you know, our life-saving mission, but it truly realizes economic sense. Because if I can spay and neuter for much less than it costs for me to actually shelter, I'm now preventing some of the downstream issues that we struggle with on a day-to-day basis with pet overpopulation. So we provide spay and neuter services. We also provide free spay neuter services for community cats. We're doing an average of about 30 surgeries a day, both dogs and cats, from individuals from all over the county, from a variety of areas of need. And so we want to make sure that there's not a stopgap for individuals who want the access to the resource, who need access to the resource. We want to make sure that they can get it.
Okay, thank you.
Just one clarification before
Yes.
we go forward. The motion was to vote on the strike-through version that we just presented to you. Just want to clarify.
Correct. Before I call on the public, Danny Robbins.
Do we, the cities that, just for the public, what cities or how many cities do we service or provide this service to? And do we charge the city? If that animal is coming within the cities, do we accept the Volusia County unincorporated citizens? Are we paying the piper for the cities, or do the cities contribute to this bill?
You know, it's a great question, and the reality is we don't want to look at the animal welfare issues with blinders on. I mean, the reality is dogs and cats don't respect boundaries or lines drawn on a map. It bleeds over one side to the next, but we are not passing financial burden onto our unincorporated citizens by the cities. In fact, it's quite the opposite. With the MOU that was put in place that council had voted on, 14 of the 16 municipalities currently have signed that MOU with Volusia County, and their residents get access to those resources, but as a fee for service.
Okay. So in other words, we do we do get a portion, or they pay us, the cities do pay us money if it comes within their.
Or their citizens pay directly. In our last quarter, we had about 38% of all total surgeries were from citizens that live in incorporated Volusia County, and they are paying a fee for service. Their cities sometimes pay directly. For instance, DeLand and South Daytona actually pay animal services directly, a portion for their citizens. The other cities allow their citizens to get access, but their citizens pay the entire cost associated with that service.
I'd just like to make sure that, you know, our folks aren't getting stuck with the bill, obviously. And you said it's what, 30 some odd percent?
38% in the last quarter we had were total surgeries represented pets from incorporated areas.
And how much of that 38% have we collected, or are we still in the red in terms of making things level?
I would have to get the specific. We have the revenue. We track that revenue, and you know, we are coming back to you to ensure that, you know, our fee mirrors what our actual cost is. Our fees haven't been addressed in the same duration of time that our ordinance hasn't been addressed. So those fees are not close to the actual cost of a surgery. You know, it cost us about $75 per surgery. Our fee schedule doesn't currently include a cost of $75 per surgery.
I'd like to kind of maybe see that here in the near future. An updated fee schedule. That way it's a cost neutral, because if not, there's going to be never ending with this stuff, and we're trying to save money. So I don't know if there's something we can do with that, Chair or Council, in terms of getting a move on that and updating those fees to reach that cost neutral goal. If not, I don't know what we're going to do.
The updated resolution that will be coming before Council represents the cost neutral cost associated with doing our services. The only exception to that, and you'll see coming in that later resolution, is if anyone happens to be on public assistance, we reduce our fees in half. So we work directly with those. Our clinic targets those of low and no income more specifically, because those are individuals who struggle the most with getting access to care. But you will see the updated resolution coming that will be in line with what our current cost is of operating services.
Will that resolution also contain a provision for the at-large member to appoint, or will that be a separate?
No, that's included in this ordinance. So once this ordinance is approved and sent to the state, the new ordinance will have that new appointment for the at-large member.
So it'll be in the future, though,
Right.
not today.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else, Danny? Okay. Several members of the public would like to speak. Nancy Rydell.
Thank you. I'm Nancy Riedel. I live in Ormond Beach, and I'm currently owned by my 7th Labrador Retriever. I know several of you own pets, and we have the privilege of owning those pets. And I've had the privilege, the unique privilege, of working for a service dog organization that trains guide dogs for the blind. And I also worked with inmates who would raise puppies that would eventually become service dogs for the blind. In my time, I have loved animals. I'm passionate about animals. I was involved from the beginning with Ponce's Law and was involved in the safety and welfare of Volusia County animals before Ponce, when Rose, the pit bull in Daytona Beach, was abused. I urge you to approve this amendment to these ordinances and give Director Leith and his team a very powerful tool to care for the animals of our great county. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Clark.
Hello. I'd just like to know 5 of our board members are here, and I hope they stand up.
Please do.
Animal Control Board, so that you see who worked on this. Guys, stand up. Yeah. And you too. Weren't you on our board? Oh, okay. My bad. And we, for 10 years, in and out, and other people. But anyway, thanks. One of the things that we added in here, which I thought was great, because many years ago we watched on television as a cat who was abandoned in the house, I think it was in Orlando, died as the people were watching this cat suffer because animal control didn't have the law to go and get it. But we do now, and it's the abandoned pet in the apartment. That's what the attorney said before, which is great. And dangerous dog, and we are so glad that Animal Control Board doesn't have to do dangerous dog. Unless you sat through it, you just go, oh my God. So now it's with the legal part. Thank God for that. And Adam, how much have we saved so far with our spay and neuter feral cat program, from people picking up a half a dozen cats in a lot, taking it to Halifax, only to get charged? Adam, do we get a lot of that? Where did he go? Right, 50. We're saving taxpayer dollars, so all the programs, and everybody knows that Adam actually is doing a wonderful job in the beginning, but he has come around so much. It's a pleasure to be over here. I'm not shy. And what is an MOU? Oh, we're sitting out here, you're talking about an MOU between cities. What does that mean? Can somebody tell me?
That's an agreement between the cities.
Okay, well, you know, you have initials, and we're sitting out here as citizens saying, huh? And I'm not one to just say, yes, okay. Thank you, everybody. And if there's a little bitty thing that you may not be so okay with, Danny Robbins, maybe you can think about it a little bit more, because, yes, we know there are state laws. State laws trump our laws. But we also need these extra ones that we're doing today to give them more ammunition, and I don't mean it that way. Give them more something to bite into that helps with the legal process. That's about it. Thanks.
And the last one I'm having trouble reading. It's very light. I think it's Janine.
Said I should have been a doctor or a lawyer with my mouth and my writing. So, thank you once again. I cannot say enough for our director, Adam Leith. He truly is an Adam. He's the first one to be there if I have a problem. We've had our disagreements, but I tell you what, he's there, and he makes it happen. I thank him for the drop trap that he got, and please, another one. But I have something to say as far as, I thought I heard Adam say repeated abuse. I don't, years ago they had something called show and tell. Some of us remembered. For the kids in my house, it was tell and show. I didn't wait for the second time. And I'd like to see not waiting, educating. It doesn't take education at 90 degrees weather to know that you don't leave water in the sun and give a dog soup. You don't do that. It doesn't take education. You're in the house having a beer and your dog's outside tied, doesn't have anything. To me, forget the education. I have ferals that I've been doing for 30 years with the help of Adam and all of our animal services people. And I can tell you, they get ice water every day. They get fresh food every day. They get it washed every day. I got one knows the word brush. I had to go out and buy a brush. Yeah, brush it. I would like, and I think that if it ever happened, animals are not property. And I think this is where we fall short with all the work that everyone here, God bless you all that are doing. My house is my property. My car is my property. The glasses are my property. They don't breathe. They don't cry. They don't feel pain. They don't bleed. They don't love the way our animals do. Animals are family. They're part of the family. If one gets sick, I was up all night with my one. You go to the vet, you take care of it. It's not property. And I think that makes it very minute in, well, it's my property. No, it isn't. It's your family. And if you can't look at an animal as family, and I think that wording possibly would have saved a whole lot of this stuff here, that we're going through, this cruelty, abandonment. It's family. And I think if we look at them that way, and we try to, as Florida uses the word education, it might be different. They might be treated different. You know, they protect us. They comfort us. They're there. They're not property. They're family. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will close the public hearing, and we have a motion by Councilwoman Wheeler, a second by Vice Chair Barbara Gertman, to approve ordinance 2022-12 as specified in the copy that we all have, this lined annotated version. So I will call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? And the ordinance is passed unanimously 6-0. Thank you for your hard work. That brings us to item 5, ordinance 2022-17, requesting a small-scale future land use amendment of a 3.72 acre series of parcels. Mr. Irvin.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. With me today also is Patricia Smith, who's our Planning Manager, and Carol McFarland, your Director of Planning and Development Services. Before you today are actually 2 applications to the same piece of land. This is 3.72 acres and comprises multiple parcels that the applicants have been able to secure. What their primary goal is to take these 3.7 acres, combine it with another acre that they own for a grand total of 4.7 acres in order to build a home in the area of Casadega, south of Casadega on the west side of Matanzas. What you see in front of you, though, is, as I said, a future land use amendments, a small scale. What we're looking to do here is change the current land use, which is urban medium intensity, to RLC, rural community. This would be basically an appendage of the Casadega rural community. According to our comprehensive plan, we have these different land use categories, which identify residential, commercial, et cetera, at all of these varying densities. The current land use applied to this is urban medium, which is 4 units per acre up to 8 units per acre maximum. But I have to point out it's a minimum. So the owners of these properties, if they come in to develop vacant land, are facing a requirement of a density of 4 units per acre with an R4 zoning. The applicants don't want to do that. They want to be able to build a home on the 4.71 acres that they've accumulated. In order to facilitate that, we will have to do what was commonly referred to as a down zoning. Before we can change the zoning, we have to change the land use, because our land use, which tells you basically what, has to be consistent with our zoning, which basically tells you how. So what we have going on first is the change for the 3.7 from urban medium intensity to rural community. This was presented to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, and it was coming to you with a recommendation of approval 7-0. There were some concerns voiced by adjoining property owners in regards to hours of operation where they were working on the property. The applicant spoke at that meeting and indicated this was part of their work, that they were dropping in millings into the property so that they could improve the driveway off of Matanzas into their property. The owner of the property also agreed at that point that they would not be disturbing anybody at that point forward. That their primary goal, again, is just to build a single family. As you go through this, you can see that this reflects what is the current land use, which is the urban medium intensity. If the map amendment is changed, it will reflect the RLC for the Casadega area. This gives you an idea of what the existing land use is around this area. So as you can see, just immediately to the south, on the east side of Matanzas, is the city of Deltona, and that Berkshire Woods development is in place there right now. there are also single-family homes built throughout that, and that'll show up in the aerial. There is a companion rezoning, which would be agenda item number 6, which follows. If you recommend approval, if you approve this application in front of you, the following item would also have to be approved because, again, the change in zoning would have to be consistent with the land use that is going to be amended. That is what we have as far as the presentation on the land use. If there's any questions about this, I'll be glad to answer them.
Motion to approve.
It is a public hearing, so.
But they beat me to it. This is a public hearing. I will open it up if anybody would like to speak to item 5 or 6, just to get ahead of it. They can get a yellow form from Carissa Green over here.
The owners.
Did you care to speak? Okay, and while you're walking up, we have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Gartman, and the second was by Wheeler. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Cole Chicanis, and this is my wife.
Alexandria Perez, good morning.
I just wanted to make it sweet and quick. Thank you for your time today. Like I said, we're just trying to build a single-family home, and we look forward to your guys' votes. Thank you. Anything to say?
Thank you very much. You had nobody else, so I'll close the public hearing on this. And Barb, did you have a question? Okay, and this is unique. It's a down zoning. You want to build less than what you're entitled to. This is an easy vote for me. So with that, if there's no other questions, I'll call for the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You better either build before materials go up anymore, or wait until yeah. So that takes us to item 6, and this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone in the council have any ex parte to declare before we continue?
No, but I'll make a motion to approve. We've already gone through it.
Clay hasn't even opened his mouth yet.
Yeah, he did the first time around.
Okay. Motion to approve by Johnson, and the second was you again? Second by Wheeler. And I don't see any discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously 6-0. Okay. All right, and that takes us to item 7, which is a large-scale future land use amendment. Clay Irvin.
Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a large-scale amendment, which means it exceeds 50 acres in size, and by state law 160, the Community Planning Act in Chapter 163, it has to go through a review process where it first goes to our Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, comes to you for transmittal to DEO, Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, and your Volusia Growth Management Commission for review and approval. It would then come back after that, and you would have the final adoption hearing. What this is pertaining to is 64 acres that is located on the west side of Old Dixie Highway between Halifax Plantation and Plantation Oaks. Plantation Oaks was a project that was approved by PUD in the county and has subsequently been annexed into the city of Ormond Beach. Halifax Plantation is a existing DRI and PUD, which means Development of Regional Impact and Planned Unit Development, that is currently under development and nearing completion. The subject property in front of you today is also part of the Development of Regional Impact, specifically the National Gardens DRI, which was approved in 1986. Over the years, that development order has modified and changed in such that certain areas such as Ormond Lakes and Plantation Oaks have been annexed into the city of Ormond Beach. We have other properties that have been acquired by the state. At this point, this vesting that was established with the 1986 DRI comes down to basically this parcel. included in not only this this item, but in the subsequent item, which is the rezoning for this property, it acknowledges that the applicant will contact the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and let them know that the National Gardens DRI, as it is located in the jurisdiction of Volusia County, is substantially built out. So therefore, any other further vesting is completed. The property, as I said, is located on the west side of Old Dixie. This reflects the area. It shows the Ormond Beach, which is Plantation Oaks. The critical thing is noticing that line that kind of divides the property. That is actually an FPL transmission easement. It is privately held land, but there's an easement over top of it. It separates the property into two general areas. The overall area is 64 acres, but on the east side of that is approximately 13 acres. That's very important because it will come back later in the planned unit development. This is kind of setting the stage of where we're at. One of the main concerns you have anytime that we're looking at the Ormond Scenic Loop is increasing in densities or intensities of this area. The Ormond Scenic Loop is something that's very near and dear to the residents of Volusia County as well as visitors. It's something that we have a scenic highway designation by the feds and states. We are looking at a way to ensure that we protect that and ensure this. What you see is that the area around it is developed with Halifax Plantation, Plantation Oaks, and then on the west side we have Plantation Bay, which is also a DRI that spans both in Volusia and Flagler counties. It is undeveloped. What you're seeing here is a recent aerial. If we had an aerial from 1985, 1995, you will see that the area had been cleared and there were actually roads cut through there for trails. The properties to the north and the south are being developed for single-family homes. This is to just kind of reflect what is approved already and under development in Halifax Plantation. This is important because in the development of this property, if you approve this comprehensive plan amendment and the associated PUD, all access from this property would through Halifax Plantation. We've received notification that it's acceptable. These are public streets. And what you can see is that there's two roadways that provide connectivity to the area to be developed along the north boundary of this property. It is a large scale. Both parcels are in the DRI, and it's located along the loop. This gives you an idea of what the maps will look like after the changes. We currently have a rural designation, which has a land use intensity of varying from 1 unit per acre up to 1 unit per 5 acres. And then it would be changed to urban low intensity, which has basically 1 to 4 as the densities that are allowed within that category. It is part of the National Gardens DRI. This kind of gives you the history. And what you're seeing is that initially we had this very large project known as National Gardens with 3,900 homes that were on both the east and west side of Old Dixie Highway. Through the years, the property owner worked with the state Trust for Public Land in Volusia County so that the portions on the east side could be acquired and incorporated into the Tomoka State Park system. As part of that, the total unit counts got decreased. There was areas that were annexed into the city of Ormond Beach, as I referenced earlier, specifically projects like Ormond Lakes and now Plantation Oaks. This leaves basically 166 residential units that could be developed under the DRI, which is still in effect. The applicant is proposing as part of the subsequent item pertaining to the rezoning to PUD to limit that to 144 single-family homes, and we'll get into the details on that particular application. One quick point about this property. The area that I pointed out that's between Old Dixie and the FPL transmission lines actually had a 2006 preliminary plat approved for approximately 20 single-family homes. None of them accessed onto Old Dixie, but there was a road that accessed Old Dixie so that the lots could be developed. They would have been backing and onto Old Dixie Highway or the Ormond Loop. If this land use amendment is approved and the related PUD is approved, then that preliminary plat is basically null and void. This gives you an idea of what the concept plan is. The critical part that, from a staff perspective, we see helping out, in which the developer is working with us, is on the east side of the FPL transmission easement and on the west side of Old Dixie. They're agreeing to provide 13.2 acres. This area will serve, and I'm going to kind of get into some of the PUD standards here. This will serve as open space and tree preservation as required for the PUD. And they are also going to be giving it to the county as a park. The reason why this is important, as I showed in the previous slide, you can see the 36 acres that we acquired last year as part of the efforts to preserve and protect the historic resources that are located in that area and to provide for establishment of a trail along the west side of Old Dixie Highway that would eventually connect into and be incorporated as part of a trail system with the state park system. So again, as you can see, this highlighted yellow and red area that is on the screen right now would provide for a contiguous piece of land that could provide for that connectivity further to the north and into the park system. As you can see also in this conceptual plan that's part of the planned unit development and provided here to help you out with the determination of what's going to be appropriate or not, is it shows the 2 connection points that would feed into Halifax Plantation. It shows the stormwater retention pond. This is an independent development, so its stormwater is being held on site, and it also shows a wetland system that is being preserved as part of the project. There was a public hearing. There were members of the public who spoke in support of the park aspects of it. There were some concerns identified, but again, the overall public comment was in support of the dedication of the land for public park purposes. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission voted unanimously 7-0 to forward it on for a recommendation of approval and transmittal to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and Volusia Growth Management Commission to the County Council. The applicant is here. If there's any questions or any public comments, we'll be glad to address those concerns.
This is a public hearing. I'll open it up if anybody wanted to speak. We have one, the engineer. You can fill out a yellow form with Carissa Green and we'll give you time to speak. Parker.
Good morning, Council, Chairman Parker Mitchenberg, 1729 Ridgewood Avenue. You've got a real professional in Trish at the Planning Board and Clay today. They gave you a good summary. A lot of the fire on this is in the next item in the rezoning, but kind of the cliff notes on that are Ann and John Collins, the owner of this parcel, are proposing to donate the property east of the power line to extend the park. And this is a piece that was in the National Gardens DRI. It's already vested, as Clay explained, the trips have already been accounted for, et cetera. So from my perspective, when they agreed to abandon the 20 lots that they currently have approved next to Old Dixie, and those 20 lots include a 50-foot buffer next to Old Dixie, which was the requirement at the time we did it. I think it's a win-win for the county. Gives you another 13.2 acres to add to the 30-some acres you purchased from Plantation Oaks from me. And the lot sizes are consistent with phase 2 and 3 of Halifax Plantation. The aerial you saw really wasn't indicative of what's there now. The roads are all built, and in fact, I dropped off the final inspection form, so that portion of Halifax Plantation is already developed. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions.
Let me make sure I understand what we're being asked. Right now, the zoning is RA.
There's 2 types of zoning.
And my understanding is currently there could be 64 houses built on this property.
There's a portion that is the RA and another portion, so that I believe is the total. And this was sort of, Jeff, a remnant piece. All of National Gardens, Plantation Oaks, for example, was similar zoning before we did the PUD. So this is a lot more consistent with the zoning to the north and south.
Okay. But we are, I can get back to it. So what we're being asked to do is to increase the density by 2.25 times, from 64 houses to 144.
Basically, it's increasing the existing zoning density, yes.
Can you put the picture, I think it was on page 27. $64, and we're going to 144. Is that fair, Clay?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Pardon me, you're saying what page again?
I'm trying to get there. I believe it's 27. Vante Siete. Okay. I love the fact that there's
Okay,
this.
that's the conceptual plan.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you were still waiting for that. I love the fact that we're,
Yes.
that the Collinses are willing to donate the land along the road.
And Jeff, just one thing to point out, where you see the yellow, there is a current approval of a subdivision in that yellow area that has a cul-de-sac. It does not connect Old Dixie. I think that was said. It had a connection. It actually connects to Phase 4 of Halifax to the north. And it's a road that runs parallel to Old Dixie with lots that butt up to the Old Dixie Highway right away and a 50-foot buffer. So when the Collinses, first proposed this, they're giving up those 20 lots to provide up to a 600-foot buffer next to Old Dixie.
They're giving up 20 lots and gaining
No, I understand that.
a whole lot more.
But I think, I'm hearing a comparison of the existing zoning versus the proposed zoning. But just to point out, in Plantation Oaks, it was also zoned for 5-acre lots. Now they're 50 by 100-foot lots. Halifax Plantation had a PUD that created these lot sizes. So what we're asking for is consistent with what's going on in Halifax and Plantation Oaks. And just another point, the Plantation Oaks lot minimums are 50 by 100. These are 50 by 125. So they're another 25-foot deep than the lots to the south.
All that's true. My issue is that if I can get back to my issue is that the public doesn't want us to be consistent anymore. They are, I don't know about any other council member up here. I get daily requests that we reduce density and have less development, especially in the loop. Now we're saving 12, 13 acres of land. DRI, Development of Regional Impact, these have been going on for many years, and things change over many years, and part of what's changed is the public's attitude. We represent the public, and we have to consider that. The development of regional impact, it's regional impact because it just the magnitude of the project affects the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding community, but really, in my opinion, the entire community of Volusia County who loves this area. Now, the reason I asked for this picture is that there is a retention area, a pond there. There's also currently, there's a wetland there. I'm curious what your understanding of the purpose of a wetland is. Does it have a purpose, or?
Yeah, wetlands definitely have a purpose. They provide habitat for wetland vegetation as well as animals that live in wetlands. I do a lot of development plans outside of these, and wetlands that are isolated and surrounded by development, unlike the wetlands that are in mitigation banks. The mitigation bank type wetlands where you have hundreds or thousands of acres joined in preservation provide the best habitat, the best resource. We do a lot of plans where we offset a wetland 25 feet and we preserve them. And in this case, our buffers are more like 50 feet. So we're doing a good job to have an open space. In addition to that, you see the rest of the green area. We have tree preservation around the perimeter, very similar to how Halifax Plantation was developed. And I know you were up there, John and Ann Collins. John Collins is the one that developed Halifax. He's responsible for the street trees and what have you. He lives on the loop down from where I live, and he's been a good steward of Halifax, and he will be of this piece as well.
That doesn't escape me. I was actually going to say that he is responsible for perhaps one of the most beautiful developments in Volusia County. He started this, whatever the centers are, 20, 25 feet apart for oak trees.
30 feet.
Now Scott Vanacore has
canopied.
continued that.
I think the point is too, just to interject, if we're not able to do this today, he'll have to move forward with his current approval. And being somebody that's a lifelong resident of Volusia County, lives on the loop, I really think this is a win-win.
That almost sounded like a veiled threat.
It's not. It isn't, but I mean.
Let me give you another perspective. I actually have a lot of respect for Mr. Collins and for you as well. You're besides an engineer, you are an excellent landscape architect. Sure. I look at this and I see so many other possibilities. That my understanding of a wetland is that it cleans the water before it penetrates through the soil and gets to the aquifer or runs off, spills over into a surrounding body of water. And when I look at giving up the wetland for a pond that I assume will probably be repeatedly sprayed with
We're not giving up the wetland for a pond, just to correct you, sir. The green area you see is the wetland. It's being preserved, except for the bottom end. We're just barely clipping it. The pond is next to it. So in a scenario like this, properties in this area have to meet nutrient loading. So what happens first is you go into dry retention. You see the blue on the screen? Mm-hmm. To the left of that is a dry retention area. So it cleanses the water that comes off the roads. That then pops off into the lake wet detention that further cleanses the water. It pops off into the wetland that you see, which hydrates the wetland, hydrates the wetland, and then it pops off into the Corona Canal, which is the blue water body at the bottom of the drawing. So this kind of has a three-tier treatment of the stormwater runoff from the road.
Thank you. 2.25 times more houses here. That's my sticking point. It's an incredible density. And when I look at this, I think about you and Mr. Collins. This is the last development of this kind left in this DRI. I think it should be his swan song. It should be incredibly beautiful. And I look at this proposed platting, and it looks like just another high-density development with jam as many houses as you can in there. And I know your capabilities. I look at this and think, well, why in this second tier of housing, there's 43 homes. Why not remove those and take that retention pond and make a meandering pond, make it beautiful, plant it on the outskirts with bog plants, things that will actually clean the water, open up the space a little bit more and make a spectacular place that not just for here, but sets a new standard for Volusia County in the way that we're developing. The public is begging us for it instead of jamming as much as we can in one spot. I know you've got financial considerations, but we've also got considerations of the environment and the public that lives here, of our health, safety, everything that DRI is supposed to consider.
Jeff, if I could make a statement, the zoning overall is low-density residential. It's not medium density, it's not high density. This is a low-density residential development. And the reason it's low density is we've clustered the lots and provided a 13-acre park, provided wetland preservation. So I'm going to disagree with your high-density comment. Then the reason people did DRIs 30-plus years ago, and they were very extensive in the studies. I was a young then and was very fortunate to be the DRI engineer for Mr. Collins on this. But it was to determine regional impacts of the traffic, the wetlands, the water resources, the sewer, the trees. All these things were evaluated, and then the DRI was approved, and this DRI was actually approved for almost twice the number of units, twice the number of trips. The original National Gardens property owner that sold to Mr. Collins, the first thing they did out of their about 4,000 acres is they donated 2,000 acres to Volt, which connected the Bulow Park to the Tomoka State Park. That history gets lost. There was an original developer of the DRI. Since then, there were a couple parcels that were sold to the state. The piece that's west of Old Dixie, adjacent to this property in Halifax, were sold to the state, 472 acres at a modest price many years ago. That's why we have the 10,000 acres of the Bulow Tomoka State Park. So I think if you kind of just get the microscope out and look at this 60 acres, your point's well taken. But when you look at the overall, they've been great stewards of this property.
So I'm taking from everything that you just said that my request, your response is a no. There's 43 homes there in that second tier of homes, and 23 at the bottom. You're not willing to reduce those numbers of houses in any way?
I don't believe so. I wasn't given the authority to do that. I'd like to hear from the other council members. To tell you the truth, I didn't think there'd be any opposition to this at the PLDRC. Everybody seemed to be happy. We only had one speaker from the public, and it was Susan Schreiber, and she spoke in favor of it. So the public didn't make a big cry against this, and I'm at plenty of hearings when they do.
Right. Well, they have with me, and but we do have other council members who want to speak. Ben Johnson.
Yes, we can't always get everything we want, but if you stop and look at the loop, and if we denied this, be my guess, then what they're going to do is go back to original plans, which means there's 13 acres down here that's protected so that people can't see what's behind it, which makes the loop is going to end up being cleared and houses put in. And from what I hear, it's kind of a long-standing thing in this situation to where they have given 2,000 acres. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
That's quite a donation for their future. Then all of a sudden we turn around and we back out on our end of the deal. You run into some problems of who's going to want to work with us in the future if we do something or they do something, and then later on, you know, we turn around and do something different. If it was me, I'd take and put in there a stipulation like that 2,000 acres. If I had given it and I see what's going on here, my stipulation would be if you ever change it in the future, I get my 2,000 acres back. And that's something we kind of have to think about, that, you know, if I had my way, it'd be 1970 again also, Jeff. We wouldn't have all these people in Florida, but it's not. We can't stop that. And I kind of look at this saying that they're trying to take and make something in here, make something out of something. And I think that we can shoot ourselves in the foot inadvertently on this, especially it's gone through all the planning boards. Like you said, there's only one person. We know how Suzanne normally stands. So Suzanne, you know, for her to like the plan, that's saying something. You know, and that's
I don't know what kind of magic you work there. But
Just to clarify too, she said she supported the park donation. She doesn't want any more development.
yes,
but
but I
she's
understand. She's,
favor-
you know, wasn't, well, she's not here today standing up fighting against this thing. And
Yes,
and
sir.
we know that, you know, Suzanne is always, you know, environmentalist, and so, you know, and so I'm sure not knocking anything there. I'm not, but the idea is if we don't accept this, I think it's gonna be business as usual up there, what they can put in there. And, we're gonna regret it in the long run, because we're gonna lose a beautiful piece of property right down the edge of the loop.
Yeah, I don't want to lose property. The public doesn't sit well for threats, and that's what it sounds like. If you don't do this, I'm not suggesting we
I'd call it
change.
more of a promise than a threat.
I'm not suggesting we change the deal on them. We're being asked to change the deal. We're being asked to go from 64 to 144 homes. That's the ask. We're being asked to change it. I'm not reneging on something that's already been given. They have the right to build 64 homes here. So we have to change the way that we're developing in Volusia County, the way that we're growing. We don't have to provide homes for the rest of America. We have to keep our homes safe and beautiful for the people that live here, and to protect the water that we have.
Don't start lecturing me.
I'm not lecturing you,
Then you
Ben.
be
You
careful
you can't sit over there and say anything that you want and then tell me to shut up. I'm talking to the public. I'm talking to Mr. Minchenberg, who I know fairly well. I'm trying to reason with him. We have a water issue in Volusia County, and we have to protect the water. If we don't start changing the way that we develop, we're going to be drinking toilet to tap water, and I'm not going to be for that. So, Danny Robbins.
I think what we need to do is not look a gift horse in the mouth here. And also what we need to do is learn how to compromise a little bit better. We may not like some of this stuff, but at the end of the day, and we can use rewind about a year to the loop, and everything we should do, or we think we should do, is try to have better consistency in government. And thank you, Mr. Minchenberg, for bringing that up, and Clay. But as we well know, we created more density in the end after the purchase of the loop, because the builder or whoever went back to the city and was able to get more density. Do we want to lose everything? These folks are the best at what they do, and also too, they're entitled to do certain things. So we got to be careful. We may not like it, but God Almighty, do we want to walk away from this?
No, I want to compromise.
Well, I'm still talking. So I don't see the compromise, Chair, respectfully. So, you know, at the end of the day, we may not like it, but this can be a hell of a lot worse. And I see a supplement here. Yes, they are getting more density, but they got more density in the loop deal as well. They went back to the city and they got a lot more. So we can't do one thing one week, do something the next week, and expect everything to be honky-dory, because this is why we're in the situation we're at, is because there's zero consistency in government. That is it. There's none. And we got to start drilling down on this a little bit, and respecting the land ownership rights aspect of this, and also, too, respecting their choice. Listen, I would like everything to be natural and all this, but to each their own within the laws that are on the books. You know? I don't know.
The laws that are on the books say they can build 64 houses. We're being asked to increase it 2.25 times. That's the law.
Well, we should have thought about that, Chair, when we start changing it everywhere around it. You know, because then it's just like this Me Too movement that's swept across this country. Yeah, me too, me too, me too. This goes back to consistent. We have to pick a direction and not keep flip-flopping on issues.
I'm being consistent with the voters whom I represent, and every one of us up here represents the voters, and they're giving us instructions. Stop it. Don't continue to develop the way that we're developing. So I think we need to consider a little consistency for our voters as well. Fred Lowry.
I appreciate all the work by staff and others that have gone into this. Looks like a good good matter to me. I think we have to be careful of trying to micromanage every single situation that comes before us. I move approval for item 7.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Lowry and a second by, was that Danny or Ben? Ben Johnson? Okay. And we still have members of the public who want to speak, and Vice Chair Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. So I respect the fact that that the chair is asking the question, right? I think sometimes you've got to put it out there. You got to ask. You got to see if there's another path forward. But I also think each one of us had a representation on the planning board, and it was voted, it was accepted unanimously. And each one of us, again, has representation there. And I think we've got to get to the next, right? The path forward. We're not going to be able to say no to building. We can say, how do we go forward? What's the best way forward? And who are the best partners to go forward with? Who's making concessions and making a difference? And I think this project, although it is challenging because it is more, I think there have been concessions made, and I too feel better that there's not, a crowded room standing against it. So it has been thoughtfully considered. I'm also concerned that there's more, but for this project, I understand how they got there and why there was unanimous acceptance by our planning board. So I'm going to accept their recommendation.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Chair, I hear where you're going, and I understand that totally. From 64 to 144, that's a substantial jump, and this is exactly what we're looking at moving forward, trying to find ways to improve. But I had my light on to discuss the same thing that Ms. Gertman had, was that, we put this in front of our PLDRC and we appointed each one of those people, and it was unanimously agreed to. This is where I think, moving forward with our growth, which we're going to be discussing next week, I guess, and everything else, the conversations that we need to have in areas like this with the developers and everything. I don't feel at this point that we can stop midstream on this one. And so with hesitation and reservation, I'm going to say that I will be in support of it, but I would really love a lot of future discussions and even with the public involved in compromising to understand what we're trying to do long range. So I am in support of this hesitantly.
Danny Robbins.
Sorry, I think that was, sorry. I think I was still up there.
Then we have a couple members of the public before we vote. Anne Marie Sarkowski, to be followed by John Nicholson.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. I can see exactly where this is going, but I feel compelled to say a couple of words. I'd like to know what kind of impact this will actually have on North Beach Street. when you have 144 new homes coming in, you can count that each one's at least going to have one vehicle, possibly two, and other boats, things, whatever. And they'll also be going to and from jobs. And what kind of impact will that actually have on Beach Street? And hopefully North Beach Street that goes up to Dixie will remain a 2-lane road and won't ever be widened, because that would ruin the integrity of the loop. It's something to think about. So the other thing is that the aquifer needs wetlands, and you brought that up, Chair. It's not just for the wildlife, or it's not just, it's actually a place where the water collects and then replenishes itself as it seeps back to the aquifer. And I think that this is an opportunity. As a retired landscape architect and civil engineer, I see it as an opportunity to really make an outstanding example of low impact development. We were fortunate enough to have a workshop here recently that was on water and urban development. Dr. Price from the University of Florida spoke eloquently about low impact development. I would hate to see cookie cutter houses on cookie cutter lots using, again, traditional turf layout with irrigation. I mean, I think that we ought to take our cue from nature and keep as many trees as possible, keep the overhangs, keep all of that in tune with the actual way that the loop is. This is the last remaining large parcel of land, and I would like to have someone think about that. Is there, before they go in and clear cut? I don't know, I may be late coming here to talk to you all, but I just thought I'd say that. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Actually, I thought it was going the other way. Otherwise, I was not going to speak. I thought it was going to be just rubber stamped, because this is a good project. It matches everything else. And I've known Parker 30 years, and I've seen this property and the other properties develop over the last 30 years. They could have bulldozed. I grew up in Miami. They literally took a bulldozer, every blade of grass, every tree vanished. And this could have happened on both sides of this road. It was this overall project, if you're looking at it holistically, both sides of this road should have been bulldozed down and houses if this had been done 30 years ago. 2,000 acres were saved. Think of this as part of those 2,000 acres. You can look across the street now, and that whole area is natural habitat. Last year, I came here, and Parker willingly gave up. I know he got almost $1 million, but we got part of the loop. You could go down the loop, and at certain portions, you can see the back of houses. It kind of makes you, it's not, but you go to the rest of it, and it's nothing. It's as nature had it years ago. These people are voluntarily donating. They're not charging you a dime. They're donating that property on the loop to do the same thing. You're gaining. And it's not 2.5 times. They're giving up 20 houses. So it is additional 60 homes. It's not 84 or whatever else. It's 60 homes. And that sounds like a lot, but remember, this is infill. They're not bulldozing out like in Daytona Beach. Our LPGA, they're flattening. Okay, this is the last remaining piece, and it's matching everything else. I like the idea that it matches. I can't go, and I know you want to go back to 30 years ago, 5-acre lots, the trees, and what the land used to look like, what Daytona Beach downtown used to look like. It's not that anymore. This is the best thing for this area. We're gaining. We gained the 2,000 acres. We gained the Bulow. We're gaining the loop. We're not losing anything. We're gaining. I wish you all would vote for it. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Parker, sir, if I can just have a second. What aspects of this, and you would know this best, contribute to the low impact development? Because it's my understanding, low impact development is more clustering of homes.
That's correct.
And saving or positioning whatever wetlands, you know, to be safe. This does it just in a little bit different manner. Now, are the streets a little narrower, or is there natural vegetation that you're going to, because low impact development, depending on the eyes of the person who's talking about it, is not necessarily low impact. It's a feel good word, but it's just reality. But you know, what do you have in terms of what practices are you using that contribute to the low impact development fad?
A couple of the factors would be additional upland buffers to protect the wetland. I think the biggest issue, and I hate to keep hanging my hat on it, but if we weren't providing 13.2 acres for the extension of the public park, I would have those units in that area, and you see these 144 lots a lot more spread out. So we've clustered the lots in order to provide the 13.2 acre public park. The other part of it is very much like the piece that I sold to the county. That was my best property. The property next to the loop is where you have the wrap your arm around oak trees. As you get further to the west, same thing with this one, you get into pine flatwood. So basically we're preserving not only property that fronts on the loop, but the nicest trees and vegetation that's in the property. And then it'll be up to the county to put a trail through it and manage it. So I think the low impact development, I'm kind of hearing that's higher or lower density means low impact development. That's not what it is. Not everybody wants to live in a 1 acre lot. Not everybody wants to live on an 80-foot wide lot. Most people want to live on a 50-foot lot. I design thousands of lots a year, and that's what the developers are doing. Currently, to develop a foot of road, it's about $1,500 a foot. So, you know, a 50-foot lot for a home buyer is half the cost as far as the property and the infrastructure of a 100-foot lot. So a project like this, where you're taking the nicest part of the resources, and sorry I'm getting long-winded, and you're setting it aside for the public, to me, that's low impact development.
I agree, and it's give and take, you know, and we have to here. So thank you for that clarification. Is there anything else too? I see some blue there on the left side of the photo. I don't know where the direction.
Something maybe to mention. The county has gone out to bid, and I believe Hazen is the contractor. The county and the city approached Plantation Oaks that I own. John and Ann Collins and Dixie Ridge, and then Scott Vanacore, who owns phase 2 and 3. And it was in the county's interest to bring in a water line up the power line. So we were approached this year, all 3 groups were asked to donate right of way and construction easements, which we did, all 3 groups at no cost. And it's been bid, and there's going to be a water line loop that'll back up the county's water plant in case there's a breakdown. Right now, we're out of water in Halifax. This is going to provide a connection to the city of Ormond in case of emergency. So I just wanted to put that out there. There was some discussion about water resource. And then the lady, interesting, I thought I was the only civil engineer landscape architect, but she was one also. She had mentioned about impact on Beach Street. There's no project that we get approved before it comes to you guys or the city commission without having a thorough traffic impact fee or traffic impact study done. So we went through a methodology on the traffic with both the city and the county's input. A traffic study was done, a traffic study was revised. So those traffic studies coupled with, this is a DRI and the trips are already vested, we've taken into account the traffic on Old Dixie.
And lastly, just to confirm from what I heard earlier, this property is ours indefinitely. As you remember from the loop, in order to make that deal work, we had to kind of relinquish green space to get the money and the appropriation towards the purchase of that. So I just want to make sure that this one is off limits. We have that connectivity there with our existing project, and that we can't go back, or somebody can't go back in the future with a buy-in option to pretty much.
Not unless you guys decide to sell it. We're deeding it.
Okay.
Deeding it to Volusia County for your use as the next phase of your public park.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I'll wrap this up for me anyway. I don't see anybody else that wants to talk, but for me, this is a matter of being consistent with the word that my word that I gave the voters. And that word was that we need to protect private property rights. And you have a private property right. Mr. Collins has a property right, according to comp plan and zoning, to build 64 houses. We're asking 144. But that is a 2.25% increase, or times increase. So it's a negotiation that you want an increase. I'm asking for less. I've been turned down, but I intend to keep my promise to voters. We have a water problem. It's not just this wetland, and this property is not going to solve it. But we got a water report this morning. I don't know if anybody else saw it in their email yet. Every well in Volusia County is down. Springs are pumping out less water. We have to start dealing with that at some point. We keep saying we're going to. We keep saying we are. And I hear this morning we don't have a water problem. We do. We have a water issue. We need to be good stewards, good managers of that water. For me, it starts here. Parker, I think you know this is not personal. But I can't worry about that. What I have to do is look at the future for the people that live here, the children that we're raising, and I want them to have clean water to drink. I want them to be able to eat fish out of the Tomoka, the lagoon, and that aren't either diseased or just not there anymore. And that's where we are, and that's not arguable. That's proof. So we keep saying we're gonna deal with that. I don't know when, but that's how I'm being consistent. We have a comp plan and a zoning that says this is what's permitted. We're changing it. We've got to stop changing the comp plan and the zoning unless it's to roll it back, not to move it forward. I'll end with that. I don't see anybody else who wants to speak. We have a motion on the floor by Dr. Lowry, a second by Ben Johnson. All in favor of the transmittal, say aye. Aye. Any opposed by like sign? Aye for me. So it passes 5-1. And we'll move to the second half of this, item 8. And Clay?
Yes, sir. This is a request to rezone the property from RA and R3 to PUD. The PUD standard is deemed to be consistent with the land use that y'all just approved, which is urban low intensity. The concept plan that we showed shortly is the same one here. Again, it's primarily dealing with the development of 144 single-family homes on 55 by 125 lots. The total area is minimum 5,500 square feet. Minimum housing area is 1,500 square feet. That doesn't mean it has to be, that's not a limitation on the maximum, that's the minimum. Meets the setback standards that you see, as Parker mentioned, very consistent with what's going on in portions of Halifax Plantation and also in Plantation Bay. The 13.2 acres, I want to make sure is very clear on the record. Typically when we get parks donated for for public purposes. The developer is seeking impact fee credits, because we do grant impact fee credits where we see that parks are needed and those types of things. In this situation, they are understanding they are not entitled to impact fee credits, and so therefore we will own that land outright, and they will still continue to pay the Parks and Recs impact fee for the residential development. Other than that, it will be served by water and sewer. It will meet all the requirements established in the code for a request to rezone to PUD. It went to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission with a recommendation of approval from staff. It's coming to you with a recommendation from that organization. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
We do have so far one person that wants to speak or maybe make a motion, but this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare? I don't believe that I do, but a year ago I was in Parker's office and Mr. Collins happened to come in, and Parker, I think you had this plan or part of it similar on your desk. I don't remember really discussing it, but you were kind enough to introduce me to Mr. Collins, and I was glad to meet him. Anyone else? Okay. This is also a public hearing. If anyone from the public would like to speak, Fred Lowry.
Yeah, I'd like to move approval for item 8.
Okay, motion to approve by Lowry, second by Johnson. And the motion and the second is for resolution. It's requesting a rezoning from RA and R3 classifications to a PUD. Fred, did you have something else? Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. This one also passes 5-1. Okay, council, it's 12:24. Do you want to stop for lunch? Okay. Is that good for everybody? I know there's people here waiting to make presentations on domestic violence. So everybody out there shaking their head no, everybody up here shaking their head yes. You need a break. Break? Okay. Let's take a quick break since we have lunch here. It's 12:24. We'll resume at 1 o'clock.
This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is Community Information Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Kevin Captain and I'm joined by my co-host Gary Davidson. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors: the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. Good morning, Gary.
Hey, good morning, Kevin. So we just flipped the page on the calendar to June. And
can you believe it?
Where's the time go?
I say that every day.
Yes, you do. As you know, we try to be educational on the show and provide helpful tips to our listeners. And so with that in mind, I'm going to share the secret for preventing a summer cold. Do you know how to do that, Kevin?
Oh, how do you prevent a summer cold? I don't know.
I'm surprised you don't know the answer because it should be fairly obvious. You can prevent a summer cold by catching it in the winter.
Oh, gosh, Gary. Hey, you know how they invented mosquito repellent?
I have no idea.
They started from scratch.
Oh, my word.
Oh, geez, enough dad jokes. We got to get on with the show, right?
Absolutely. So in addition to corny jokes and the heat, this time of year is all about something very important, particularly here in Florida, and that's making sure that we're prepared for hurricane season. So in just a few minutes, Volusia County's interim emergency management director, Jim Judge, is going to tell us everything that we need to know to be storm ready.
Excellent. But first, Gary, we have also in the studio is Clay Jackson. He's the Human Services Manager with Volusia County's Human Services Division. Good morning, Clay. Thanks for being on the show again with us.
Hey, good morning, guys. Absolutely. It's my pleasure to come on.
So tell us a little bit about the summer food program, just starting from scratch.
This is one of my favorite programs to talk about. The summer food program, it always kicks off the Monday after school ends, and it goes all the way to the Friday right before school is back in for session. One reason I love this program is because there's no income requirement for this program. What most social services, there's an income threshold, like a household of one must meet $24,000. This program, it doesn't matter if a child's family makes $30,000 a year or $300,000 a year. So it's open to all children who are 18 years of age or younger. And they also don't even have to provide proof of income. The parents or guardians do not even have to register the child. Essentially, they just show up to a site, they are able to grab their food, consume it on site, and then they can be on their merry way. The good thing about the summer food program also is the food is delivered on a daily basis to all of our sites. And this year we have about 55 unique sites that have signed up right now. Now, always that could change. We could have other sites. Maybe if you're listening out there right now, you're a nonprofit, daycare, what have you, and you're interested in becoming a site, give our office a call and we can walk you through and see if you may qualify. And so we have about 55 as of right now unique sites participating, and those are actually separate because the school board, they're actually going to be offering more than 30 sites ran this year. So if a site is operating within a community, daycare, church, Boys and Girl Club, YMCA, that's actually sponsored by the County of Volusia. If a summer food feeding site is taking place at a public school, that's actually ran by the Schoolway Cafe by the school district.
That's terrific. And the summer food program, it just provides so much support in the community. But it occurs to me that some of our listeners, they may be wondering why Volusia County even does this in the first place. What's the motivation for the county to provide the summer program, the summer food program? Why do we do it?
Somebody has to step up when school is out for summer. There are some children out there, in not just our community, but across the nation, that the breakfast and lunch that they receive while they're in school, that may be the only nutritional meals or maybe the only meals that they even receive. So somebody has to step up to the plate and say, hey, we're going to make sure that the children in our community are taken care of and their nutritional needs are being met. And that's why we're stepping up. And it's not just right now because of the nutrition, but it's also the cost factor. Inflation is going crazy. Sure. Gas and food prices. We've all been to the grocery store. My wife is blown away by like how much we're having to buy or expend now. And this program provides an opportunity that it could alleviate some of that financial burden on the parents and guardians of instead of them, even if they don't work and they stay home with their children during the summer, instead of them having to spend their own funds to purchase and prepare meals, they say, hey, there's a County of Volusia's got a site 2 miles down from my house. Let's go down there and we can get our children breakfast and lunch. And that's going to all summer.
What a wonderful service.
Absolutely.
It is amazing, and I didn't realize 55 sites, and did you say 30 of those 55 are
No,
school?
No, 55 sites ran by the County of Volusia, and then there are additional more than 30 sites that are going to be operating by the school board. So there would be approximately about 85 to 90 sites throughout the entire county that are going to be available.
So of all those sites and all those meals distributed from all those sites, who pays for this? Is it grant money? Is it from the general fund? I mean, where does the money come from to pay for the food?
This is 100% funded by the state of Florida's Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Sciences. Whew, that's a mouthful.
That is a long division.
Yeah, and that are actually funded by the United States Department of Agriculture. And the way it works is every year we submit an application. We have this many sites. This is our program. These are our menus. And then once it's approved, we actually have a food vendor that distributes meals on a daily basis to all of our 55 plus sites. And then we're able to show the meal tickets, the number of eligible meals that we serve, and then the county's able to claim reimbursement from the state to pay for those meals. So,
That's
yeah.
wonderful. And so now that we know that pretty much any child can qualify, I'm guessing that the next number one question is what kind of food is served. So can you give us a rundown on the menu, Clay?
The food, it varies day by day. Like I said, kids gonna get bored if we serve them the same thing day in and day out.
Sure.
So we have a good variety of meals. They have sandwiches, fruit, vegetables. So the good thing is we're not feeding these kids junk food. Like I said, all of our food, we're here to meet the nutritional needs of our children, but also giving them something that they're going to actually consume and eat. So all of our meals, they meet the school food guidelines. So any meal that we serve has already been approved by the state, saying that yes, this meets the nutritional standards that the school board also adheres to.
So if a family is interested and they wanna participate in the program, they wanna get some breakfast or lunch, where can they find information on where these 80-some sites are?
The best thing that I like to tell people, because most people do have internet access these days, is go to summerbreakspot.org. And when you go to that website, there's actually a little button that says find a site. They're able to click that, and then they can enter their address, and then it will pop up all the sites near them, and it gives their address, their feeding time, and so forth, or if they're going to be closed for a day or so. But that is the most real time, because like I said, we have 55 sites right now, but that's not to say next week or 2 weeks we may get another site or two that says, hey, we want to jump in and help as well. So once they're approved, we'll be able to add that site as well. Obviously, you could contact United Way 211. They have information about where our sites are, as well as you could always call our main administrative office where our summer food team is located, and that telephone number is 386-736-5956.
And can you tell us, Clay, what changes? I know you had implemented a great deal of changes during the pandemic. Are we back to pre-pandemic, and how does that differ with the food delivery and distribution?
Yes. Well, prior to 2020, when a child came on site to get food, and obviously let's make sure everybody knows this, you do not have to be accompanied by a parent, or a child does not. We have some children who walk and some children ride their bikes. So I just want to make that clear that a parent does not have to be present with a child to get food. But prior to the pandemic, a child would arrive on site, they go through the feeding line, they get their meal, and then they come and they would consume the meal while they're on site. They were not allowed to leave the site. During the pandemic, because of COVID, social distancing was a big issue, and the state actually allowed for grab-and-go meals, where parents and their children, once the children with them, they could come, get their meals for the day, and then they could leave. Obviously, we still have COVID going on, but the state has told us everybody's operating back to pre-pandemic protocol. So the 2020 and 2021, the children are allowed to grab their meals and then consume them at their house or wherever they would like. But starting this year, starting Monday, it's back to pre-pandemic protocol, where a child has to actually get the food and then consume it on site.
Got it. Terrific information, Clay. Thank you for everything you're doing to help meet those nutritional needs out there in the community. Before we close this segment of the show, is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Not really. The only thing
I think he summed it up.
Just one last call. Like I said, the more sites we have available in the community, the more children we're possibly able to serve. So if there's any nonprofit, daycare, anybody, a group of citizens who are interested in serving children, please call our telephone number at 386-736-5956. Let us know you're interested in potentially being a summer food feeding site, and we'll do an assessment to see if you qualify. 'Cause that's really the last thing I want to leave on is just because the program started, so we'll start Monday, you can still become a site and we can get you going.
So even though you got what you said, somewhere around 85 sites, including the school district, you can still accommodate more.
Oh, we're always looking for more. Absolutely.
Great.
Absolutely.
That's great. Clay
Terrific.
Jackson, Human Services Manager, thank you so much for being on the show and for what your team does with the summer food program.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Great. With that, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk with Interim Emergency Management Director Jim Judge.
Hunger doesn't take a summer break. Children who depend on school meals during the year often miss out on these wholesome meals during the summer months. We need your help to make sure our children are fed during the summer. Volusia County government will sponsor the Summer Break Spot food program. Summer Break Spot provides breakfast and/or lunch to all children ages 18 and younger in areas where at least 50% of the children are eligible for free or reduced price school meals. Volusia County will provide the food, but we need sites and volunteers. Churches, social service agencies, and private nonprofits can help us feed children simply by providing a safe place for them to eat. Approved sites will receive meals to serve to the children. There is no cost to the organization, and the county will provide free training. If your organization would like to sponsor a summer food site, please call 386-736-5956. Summer Break Spot. When school is out, summer food is in.
And we're back. I'm Gary Davidson along with Kevin Captain, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Thanks, Gary. With us now is Jim Judge. He's the Interim Emergency Management Director, the Deputy Public Protection Director, the Chief Joke Teller, the excellent storyteller. Jim, you've got so many hats that you wear.
He does it all.
Absolutely. So I just had the privilege of being at the Emergency Operations Center yesterday in the operations room, an amazing building facility that Volusia County has. You and your team were delivering what we call the EM Partners Meeting, the Emergency Management Partners Meeting. You had all the public agencies and municipalities and cities, schools, universities. That's a busy facility year-round, but yesterday in particular it was incredibly busy. And it was all about those phases of the disaster, like particularly preparation and mitigation. So what was it? What is it like for you, and what should we all be kind of planning for here with some activity down south?
Well, you know, Kevin, it was wonderful, as you mentioned, to have that meeting yesterday with so many people from all across the county participating. And as the comment that I made, that it really, their presence yesterday at that meeting really shows their commitment to Volusia County.
Sure does.
And not only the preparedness, but the response and also the recovery aspects of either a tropical storm or even a hurricane or other things that come our way. So that's the beauty of Volusia County, is so many outstanding professionals. And when I did ask for a show of hands, who was the first time, going through a tropical storm or hurricane, there were only a couple of names that came up, hands that went up. So, we do have a seasoned workforce when it comes to dealing with hurricanes, tornadoes, and other anomalies that we face every year.
So
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry to jump on you, but there's that activity that's just off the Yucatan Peninsula. It was Agatha. Now looks like it's going to be Alex. What do you expect us to go through this weekend?
Well, right now we're watching the weather, as you can imagine, extremely close, and it keeps changing. Right now it was going to be just a tropical disturbance. Now it looks like it could be a tropical storm. There were watches that were placed last night, and then again tropical storm warnings from Brevard County all the way south. So continues the situation continues to be dynamic and it's changing, which is typical for these events. The good news is that we're on the northern edge of it. So right now we're looking at about 1 to 2 inches of rain, and we're a little bit, quite honestly, unsure of exactly what our wind is going to be. So our next briefing with the National Weather Service out of Melbourne is going to be noon, and then also we're going to do a one-on-one call with the National Weather Service out of Melbourne to find out exactly the conditions for Volusia County. What is the rain we can expect? What is the wind that we can expect across the county? Because obviously we have a lot of assets on the beach that we want to make sure that we're protecting, as well as making sure the citizens have the best information available for Volusia County. So we'll be working with you guys, later today with that. So again, the conditions continue to change. We're monitoring those changes, and we will continue to push information out as we know it to be.
Terrific. So let's talk a little bit about preparations, Jim, and not just for this weekend, but for the storm season in general. Hopefully, everyone has their storm plan in place. They've made their preparations to protect themselves, their family, their property. But if there are people out there who haven't completed their preparations, maybe some of them haven't even started yet, what should residents be doing right now to get ready?
Well, right now, it's a good idea to look in the pantry. If we have power outages, and we have, with Hurricanes Irma, with Hurricanes Matthew, we lost power, 50% of the county without power. So think about the fact that you lost power. How are you going to get along?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have those battery-operated lanterns, flashlights? What type of food do you have in the pantry? Just all those types of things that go along with a power outage. Do you have an AM/FM radio so that if your cell phone dies and you don't have those extra little chargers to keep it going, how are you going to listen to the local news to keep in touch? So, just thinking about what would I do if we had the power outages, and what would I do if, we have a significant storm coming our way. So I'm a big proponent for protecting your home. For me, I just use plywood. A lot of folks have those storm-resistant windows. You can get those corrugated metal panels to put up, the factory-made, right, which work very well. So I'm a big proponent of protecting your home. Even if you're away from the water and you're in a solid home, there are people that choose to evacuate. By the time you get on the highway, you try to find a destination, you're paying for gas, hotels. Take that money and put it into your home so that you don't have to go anywhere. Right. But of course, if you're on the Barrier Island, mobile home park, RV park, low-lying area, if we get a strong tropical storm or even a Cat 1 hurricane, we are going to evacuate to Barrier Island, low-lying areas, RV parks, mobile home parks, because that's just the right thing to do, because we never know with a storm coming in off the Atlantic what the storm surge is going to do. And if a storm is a Category 1, we always plan for one higher. So we would plan for a Category 2. So, out of an abundance of precaution, we're going to, make sure that we advise residents to get out of harm's way.
Plan for the worst and hope for the best.
Absolutely.
That's a lot of what Jim says. And you mentioned shelters, and you've mentioned before that shelters are an absolute last resort. They're what do you call it? You call it the...
yeah, it's not the love boat, it's the lifeboat.
It's the lifeboat, that's great. There's also that, to me, there's ambiguity with how much food you should have on hand if you decide to shelter in place. Sometimes I've heard people say, well, you need a week's worth, or you need a month's worth, or only a couple of days worth. But if you lose power and your refrigerator and your freezer, you don't want to open it up, how much food really should we have for those what-ifs?
Well, and we've looked at that quite a bit. We recommend at least 3 days. Not only 3 days of food and water. Of course, have that portable can, the non-electric can opener. So if you have those cans, you can access that. And then how are you going to cook the food? You have a barbecue grill, that you can fire up.
Gary's
on the
got
outside.
one.
And I know Kevin's got a barbecue grill that we're all going to utilize. But, having the pantry, having a little extra items in there, and it doesn't have to be, substantial. How about a jar of peanut butter, and a loaf of bread? That's what I keep at the office.
Sure.
Has sustained me through many different long hours.
Peanut butter and jelly. Well, that's an American staple.
And, a couple of years ago, one of the biggest items that was purchased prior to a hurricane was strawberry Pop-Tarts. And if you think about it, well, if the power's on, you can toast them, put a little butter, or eat them right out of the box. So, give that some thought. Fruit, apples, oranges, they last for a while, and they're nutritious. So, just plan a little extra items in the pantry, but also extra water on hand, always comes in handy. We always say 1 gallon per person per day, but then also don't forget the pets. But here's the thing too, is how comfortable do you want to be?
Right.
How comfortable do you want your family to be? So, you might want to, that's the minimum. So you might want to have, my wife likes to be comfortable. So we've got a generator, we got water, we got extra food. We could probably go a couple of weeks without trouble.
I'm sure as
But,
the emergency management director for the county, you have a backup to the backup to the backup to the backup to the backup.
And my family makes fun of me because I do, I can't help it. It just goes with the territory. But really, in all honesty, being prepared. And of course, with Clayton here a little bit ago, we talked about the expensive things. And even a sheet of plywood now costs about 3 times of what it did. But here's the good news. While we have a tropical storm potential out there, we don't really see that the impacts are going to be so significant for Volusia County. But going forward, you can go to Home Depot, Lowe's, a lot of the other big box stores. You can get plywood. You can have it cut for you. Right now, we are under a tax holiday until June the 10th. So you can save a few items on batteries. But also, new for this year, you can actually get pet food, pet blankets, and a lot of pet supplies that are tax-free as well. So, we have all that information is on our app. If you go to Volusia County Emergency Management at the store, you can download our app. You're going to get the weather information, there's checklists, and a wealth of information, for the public to review in order to, make sure that they are prepared for the season.
So, Jim, there's a lot of great information for instances where we're going to stay at home to ride out a storm. But what happens if a storm is headed our way and an evacuation order rather is issued? What should people do and where should they go?
That's a great question, Gary. And we have a wonderful relationship with our school district, with the superintendent and the principals. So they are our primary source of shelters other than the Volusia County Fairgrounds. The Fairgrounds is our large pet-friendly facility. But of course, at the schools, we also have special needs shelters working with the health department. The principals do an incredible job managing the facilities. But if you have friends and family or you want to stay in a hotel, that's a better way to go. Because at a school, you're going to get about 20 feet of space. What you do with that space is up to you. And you don't have to spend a lot of money. You can get simply like a recliner that you would take to the beach that folds out,
Right.
Throw a blanket over it, and you're fairly comfortable. If you do go to a shelter, bring something to read, bring some earbuds. It can be noisy, it might be warm. But again, it's going to help you get through the storm in a safe location. But a lot of times people will try to go to Georgia, or they'll try to go far away. And then you're one of the folks that unfortunately get stuck in the traffic, fuel, I got to use the restroom, and I'm on the middle of I-75. All those issues take place. So if you're going to take that trip, pack your car, first aid supplies, a roll of toilet paper, some extra water and food. Because the last place we want people to end up is on the highways as the storm is approaching. So you just have to move inland, get away from the water, hide from the wind, hotels, staying with friends, help them board up, and then also check your neighbors. You've heard me mention before, we have a lovely neighbor next door, 91 years old,
right?
Gert.
Yeah.
And Gert's wonderful. And so we help her board up. She comes over and stays at the house with us. And a funny story back during Matthew, we had several neighbors that came to the house, elderly ladies that had lost their husband. I said, bring your supplies. And they all brought a couple bottles of wine. So
Oh, geez.
that was their supplies. And, but truly, we have oftentimes we lose track of our neighbors, and it's always nice to reach out and find out what do they need help with. And you might make a friend or adopt a grandmother at the same time.
That's so important, Jim. Just like you said, is making sure your neighbors are well taken care of as well, too. That's what it's all about.
It really is, and of course, first aid kits, batteries, the pantry we talked about, boarding up your home. But again, there's a wealth of information on that app you can go to that really will help you identify all the things that you can do.
We're going to take our last break and then come back and close up Volusia Today with Jim Judge. Stay with us.
Hello, Tom Sisko coming to you from the Volusia County Emergency Operations Center. Severe wind damage and flooding can be expected with any tropical cyclone. It is important that you have a plan and know how to execute it in the event of severe weather. If you live in an evacuation zone, make sure you secure your home and head for safety. Keep fresh batteries in your NOAA weather radio in the event the power goes out. And download our free emergency management app from any smart device.
Get ready, it's time for another Volusia County Fire Rescue Fire Safety Tip.
Another good tip for the kitchen is safety for the children. We want to create a 3-foot zone of safety around the stovetop so that children can't access and get burned.
You can access Volusia County government online at volusia.org. Listen to county council meetings, pay for permits or tax, or search the property appraisers' databases. Volusia.org is your Volusia County government information resource.
And we're back. I'm Gary Davidson along with Kevin Captain, and you're listening to Volusia Today, a public information program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Thanks, Gary. So in our last less than 2 minutes, we're talking with Jim Judge, the Interim Emergency Management Director for Volusia County. Jim, a couple weeks ago we had you and Mark Swanson, the Interim Public Protection Director, your boss, and we asked him what keeps him up at night. So, you know, it's appropriate. We have to ask you this question. So you're dealing with all sorts of risks and uncertainties. Some are predictable, some are not. I mean, who would have even thought of going through a pandemic? What keeps Jim Judge up at night?
You know, I'll be honest with you, Kevin, I sleep pretty good at night. You know, I think we've got a wonderful community. We have over 92 plans in emergency management, and they're not, you know, covered in dust on a shelf somewhere. We touch those plans every year because we have to. We have to maintain them, keep them up, and then we impart that information to our community partners. We train, plan, and exercise all year long for whatever might come our way. So I sleep pretty good knowing that we're a great community, and we faced a lot of challenges, and we've met them all, and we will continue to meet those challenges in the future.
92 plans.
92 plans.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, you certainly do one heck of a job, and you, as I've said, you know, the EOC is one heck of a beautiful building, and I think you also mentioned that if somebody needed to be on the East Coast here to help monitor the storm, they would choose Volusia County.
Yes, the Florida Division of Emergency Management Director Kevin Guthrie called and said, Jim, you know, if there was a location on the East Coast that we would like to shelter if we had to bug out of Tallahassee, could we come to Volusia County? Of course, I ran that by our county manager, and he said absolutely. So
that's amazing.
It really is.
With that, we're going to close Volusia Today. Take care, stay safe, and help your neighbors.
If you have a comment about Volusia Today, or if there is a topic you would like to hear featured, please contact Volusia County Community Information at 1-866-345-0345.
down here and go get Bird a watermelon.
Donna, do you know if everybody's in that's presenting?
I'll try to get to you. I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll wait a second. Start? Okay. Mr. County Attorney, are you okay? We lost Ben? Good. Okay, it's 1:02. We will resume as item 9, domestic violence services and prevention, review of proposals. Donna Butler.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler. So on May 3rd, an agenda item was presented to you with a proposed contract with the Beacon Center, and at that time you all discussed it and asked us to put out a NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, out on the street for domestic violence services. So we did so, and it was published on May 6th. Initial applications were due to us on May 23rd, and when I say initial, we offered the opportunity for them to submit. We took a few days to review and make sure if there were any questions or things that needed clarification. Nothing about what they were doing, just did you answer the question completely? Did your numbers match? Things like that. So we sent them back out, and then they had an additional deadline until June 1st. 4 applications were received, as you know, and we have, they drew numbers this morning, and to determine the order that they'll present to you, they'll be speaking to you for 5 minutes. You already have this, but just for the public's knowledge, there will be no PowerPoint presentation. It'll just be a brief 5-minute presentation talking about the amount of funds requested, the term of service, 1, 2, 3, or 4 years, program overview, length of service, did they collaborate in the community, organizational stability, budget, use of funds, and the primary goals and objectives and their measures. So with that, is that okay with you all to move forward? All right.
Yes.
I'll tell you the order now, and then we'll call them up. We'd like to hold questions till the end of their presentation. You can ask that agency at that time, then we'll move to the next agency, just as if it was a process that went through the purchasing division. So first will be Foundations of Freedom. Next would be HUM, Neighborhood Center of West Volusia, and then the Beacon Center. There you are. Sorry, you're already down front.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Brown, and I am from Foundation to Freedom. We are a nonprofit organization. Foundation to Freedom is seeking the $240,000 for the domestic violence grant. This is Jessica, who is the Executive Director's Assistant. At Foundation to Freedom, our goal and objective is to create a safe environment for those that are fleeing from domestic violence. Our main goal is to establish a haven for families in need of a secure and safe environment. An intensive intake process will be established so that the needs of the entire family are touched upon. The program director and clinician will build trust with the clients for the first 2 to 3 weeks. After that period, we will introduce the clients who have now become residents to our local professionals and either transportation provided for them to different facilities, establish in-house programs for them, for people to come in from other organizations to see them. We have partnerships with the house next door. We have partnerships with SMA, Advent Health. Also, we have a partnership with FFT, which is a trauma and sexual abuse counseling service. We will have family bonding nights. We will also have movies. We have, the houses are set up for 7 women, and then 7 women with that are able to have 7 children under the age of 5 years old. We do have a board of directors. Our term of our services will be 2 years. We have a board of directors that have a contract for 3 years with an extension offer at the end of the 3 years. Our executive director, her term is 5 years. Each of the, we have an attorney on our board of directors that will be assisting the clients with DCF cases, with cases that they will be filing for stay-away orders or injunctions of any kind, and she has agreed to do them pro bono. We have a 24-hour monitoring service that is outside of the agency, and we have a 24-hour staff that is on the premises 7 days a week. We are in the process of hiring a transporter that will take clients to and from their appointments or to court. Also, that transporter will have an extensive criminal background check done before they are hired. We have a fire system that is within our houses. We have established a goal to have emotional, physical, financial, spiritual support for our clients. We are promoting domestic violence awareness. We also are in coordination, as I had spoken before, with the local organizations. And that being our person that will be doing that is FFT, and she will come in and she will do one-on-one services, and also she will be doing group sessions with the women which are in our homes. We have 2 homes that one is opening on Friday, and the other one will be open 2 weeks after that.
You said we could do questions with each one. Where are you located?
We are located at 339 East New York Avenue, which is right up the street from here, DeLand, Florida. We have houses around the DeLand area.
And are your services strictly focused on this particular issue, problem? Battered spouses? No?
No, we do have services for persons that are suffering with substance abuse as well.
Probably goes hand in hand.
Yes.
Ben Johnson, thank you, ma'am.
Did I hear you say you had an attorney on staff or attorney on board?
On our board of directors.
Who might that be? Is the local attorney?
Danielle Edwards.
I'm sorry?
Danielle Edwards.
And she is
a local attorney.
Yes, and what is her specialty?
So she specializes in family law and in, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Danny?
Thank you. I'm just looking at the budget section of this, which y'all had submitted. James Russell, your house director, is that for y'all?
He's our angel investor.
Okay. I just was looking at his salary, and it appears, I could be wrong, a lot of it's going towards his salary.
That's incorrect.
I'm sorry, if it
No,
is.
yeah, I'm sorry. So the match funds are coming from James Russell.
Okay.
He's committed to a certain dollar amount to give us for this specific program to fund it through the end of 3 years. What we have is we have a house director, that is Sharon Brown, and so that is her annual salary that you see on there. Cynthia Pagan is with FFT, Helping Others, and she is our clinician, and so you also see a portion of her, what we're paying her as well.
So where is their salaries, if you could point those out on that page 25?
So if we're looking at the budget, where it says House Director, the 50, this is for a grand total of 2 years.
Okay.
So the House Director has an annual salary of $54,000. And then the program clinician is highlighted in red with an asterisk next to it, and that's $40,500.
Okay. And you guys said you're fairly new. How you guys doing so far in terms of your services and whatnot?
So we have currently right now, I think one of our biggest obstacles has been probably with the city and getting the houses opened. But we have a men's home right now that is open, and like Sharon mentioned, we have the domestic violence home that'll open on Friday, as well as another one a week from Friday. And then we have another 2 additional houses that'll be coming by the end of the year. But as of right now with the men's home, we're partnering very heavily with SMA, drug court, a lot of different people in the sharing center and the bridge for the women as well. And we've stayed full, we're seeing some good results.
Any repeat, how are your rules when it comes to, repeat, I shouldn't say clients, it's not the right word, but people that are coming back into the program? Are you guys seeing a lot of?
Well, because we have only been open for 1 year, the gentlemen that are in our house right now, our 3-phase program, we are, some of them are in phase 1, some are in phase 2. So you have to meet the requirements, and that's 5 NA meetings or AA meetings a week. You have to work within your first 2 weeks of coming into the program. It is, you do have to pay for your rent per week. We do have persons that do donate for scholarships for those that cannot afford when they first get there. So our program is comprehensive because we stay with the mindset that recovery has to be detailed when it comes to where they go, who they see, and how much time that they're allotted to go out.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Barbara?
Thank you, Chair. I'm interested, especially to have a West Side program focused on this concern and others. You mentioned 7 women, 7 children under 5.
Yes.
So if the children are over 5, they're not eligible?
Not that they are not eligible, but for the 7 women at that home, which will be 120 North Street, they have enough space for 7 women and 7 children under the age of 5. We do have another house that is opening up, and the persons at that house will be able to be under 10 years old.
Okay.
They will be accommodated as well.
Okay. That was my concern. And what you're saying is the source for the match funds is from an investor or an angel supporter, is
Yes.
what you referenced there. Okay. So I know Beacon Center has been a primary source of this service for the county. Do you have any relationship with them or any other?
We have reached out to many of the organizations in the area. We have had referrals. So right now we do have a waiting list from places like the Sharing Center, from Seminole County. The Bridge has given us people. So we have relationships with people that are doing pretty much the same services that we are, but because we are opening up on Friday, we do have 8 women, with 5 of them having children, one of them being pregnant as we speak now, that the baby is due in August. So we're able to accommodate those in which we have connected with.
Okay, thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I just want to make a real quick comment. The address that you just gave, I kind of thought for domestic violence, aren't those supposed to be kept quiet? Yeah. So I didn't know if there's any way we could strike
that from the.
Yeah, because I was a victim advocate, and I know that was really something that was
But
kept.
is that where they would be? I thought that was the administrative office, and is that one of the sites?
Yeah, I did give the, that was.
Know how we can.
So if it's possible, if that can be stricken from the record.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin's working on it. Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Buck James from Halifax Urban Ministries. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again this afternoon. And I have on my right Sabrina Thayer, who is our lead case manager and will be the case manager on this project. And Rebecca Wetzel, who is our finance director, if you have any questions related to finance. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here. Halifax Urban Ministries has requested the full $240,000 over 4 years to serve families fleeing from domestic violence. The program would be made up of 3 dedicated emergency shelter rooms. We anticipate that the residents would be with us for 3 to 5 months. Our experience has told us that typically it takes a little bit longer for this population, so we're anticipating 3 to 5 months for this population. In year 1, we would serve 4 families in emergency shelter, 3 of those moving on into permanent housing. Year 2, we would serve an additional 3 in emergency shelter, with an additional 3 moving on to full-time housing, permanent housing. In year 3, again, serving an additional 3 families in shelter, with 2 moving on into permanent housing. In the final year, serving 2 in emergency shelter, with 2 moving on into permanent housing. So at the end of the 4-year period of time, there we would serve a total of 12, with 10 moving on into permanent housing. We do follow the HUD Housing First methodology, meaning that we are low barrier. Our focus is to help people be prepared to move into housing as quickly as we can. And so we are low barrier. And so we work on other things like addiction and those sorts of things as the person is ready to work on those things. And we don't force them to go into particular programs and so forth during the course of their time with us. We will have a dedicated case manager. I mentioned Ms. Thayer will be a dedicated case manager. And we do work with each of our residents to develop an individualized housing plan. So in other words, we work with them to find out what their goals are and work with them to come alongside them and to help them to achieve those goals and to meet their goals for housing. We do have, we're a participant-driven program. Again, if you're familiar with motivational interviewing, that's one of the techniques that case managers all use. Again, to get at the bottom of what is it that that person wants to accomplish, what are their goals, and in that to be able to help them to find housing that meets those goals ultimately would be the goal. Again, length of stay in the shelter, 3 to 5 months, and 3 to 9 months assistance with rental assistance during the course of the program. Collaborative efforts. As you know, Halifax Urban Ministries has been active in this county since 1981, and so we have deep roots with collaboration throughout the county. It's part of our model is to find people that do things very well. We don't have to do everything, but we have to be really good at connecting with people that do things well so that we can help our clients to be successful. One of the things that I would like to point out here is that there's 4 great agencies that are coming forward today. All of them are asking for the full $240,000. And although it would be great to get the full $240,000, we would like to say, Halifax Urban Ministries, that we'd be willing to collaborate with others in this process. And one of the things I think that the council should really be thinking about is the proposal that is on the table from the Beacon Center. Education is critically important. Some of us, like Halifax Urban Ministries, we're really good at being able to work the process and help people to get stabilized and ultimately into housing and those sorts of things. But Beacon Center brings something to the table that I think the rest of us don't, which is that ability to bring that experience in this world and to get out there and to begin to get education out there, not only for people who are working at our agencies, but also for other folks, the police department, other places like that, to help us to make long-term change. We can continue to, and it's important to do what we do to, in effect, put Band-Aids on problems, but ultimately we need to work our way out of these problems, and a lot of that is done through education. So I'd like the council to consider perhaps some kind of a collaborative model. In our budget, 26% of the funds over 4 years would be going towards case management. The remaining 74%, or all of the rest of the money, would be going into rental assistance for the families. 3 goals: number 1, safety; number 2, transition to permanent housing; and number 3, case management. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions, council? Barb Gurman.
So, do you currently have a program focused on domestic violence?
We do. We actually always have served families that have been through domestic violence, but over the last 2 years, we've been administering a HUD program in domestic violence, and we just received an additional grant from HUD for next year for domestic violence as well. So we have an official program with HUD currently, and we'll be expanding that next year. And but we've always served that population. Just now we have a specific funding source for serving families victims of domestic violence.
What do you see as far as an unmet need? Are the numbers sufficient, or are the needs meeting the number of people? What are you seeing as far as
let me let Sabrina address that.
Well, hello.
Hi.
Hi. So, I think what he's saying with the unmet need is basically, we know women, we suffer with a lot, and basically, especially with getting some type of counseling and learning how to deal with their past situations. And from experience, there's just lack of resources and certain things like that. In that whole place, we've learned to provide certain things that they cannot provide on their own. During the course of the program, they receive multiple case management hours. Someone is always on post to accept a phone call, need of transportation, or whatever the need may be. Someone is always there, which is me. We brought a whole level of services such as daycare for the children, wraparound housing. We pay their first, last, and security deposit. We provide up to 1 year of financial and utility services as far as meeting their financial needs. We also provide them with resources with looking for jobs, building resumes, working on credit, buying houses. So it's a lot of things that, we can provide to them that they may not have on their own.
So if someone shows up on your doorstep, if 3 people that weekend show up, do you have resources for them, or do you have to refer them out?
So funny that you say that. We had someone show up, caught a bus from Miami yesterday with 2 kids fleeing domestic violence. We had that one room that was available, and we was able to house this family. So we do have, the opportunity to provide the services that they may need.
And you spoke about being able to partner, be more collaborative with one of the other centers that has that experience. So it's your opinion that police and others in the community need to be better trained and more aware of how to help or how to, prevent and avoid this type of treatment or concern in the community. So
yes, I do believe that various community members need additional training on, the goal ultimately, right, would be to intervene before we get to the point where someone's getting on a bus and showing up in the middle of the day. So I think that as a community, we really need to be focusing on that kind of education as the longer term solution. Now, we still have to be able to address the needs we have in front of us now, and there's not enough resources to address the needs we have today. And that is an ongoing issue, but we need to start addressing the education as well so that we can hopefully begin to turn the tide.
And have you seen that service in the community, or is this more, we've recognized this is what the need is, and that's what Beacon Center is going to invest some of the resources in? Have you seen that already being activated in the community?
I personally have not, but there may be, I'm sure there are things that are going on, but understanding the Beacon Center's proposal, I think that is a lot of what they're proposing is that what they're seeing, and they deal with this on a day-to-day basis. That's really all they do. And they see the need there, and what they're proposing is, I think, a long-term, the movement towards a long-term solution, or at least improvement in the problem.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, councilmen and councilwomen. How are you?
Hey.
Awesome. All right. My name is Waylon Neese. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Neighborhood Center of West Volusia. To my right, I have Savannah Griffin, who is our CEO. And to my left, I have Joshua Viscayano, who is our new grants director that we are merging into this. I want to first start by saying, when I stand up here, when Savannah stands up here, when Josh stands up here, we are standing up here from a place of holistic realism. Right? Everything that we do is to better serve our community through, and I'm going to talk about a couple things real quick, through our connections with Stetson University, Savannah specifically, through the fact that I'm the president of Main Street, sit on 2 county boards, and have for, well, I dropped one, in which I was the chair for many years, and I do still sit on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and many other boards, Rotary, I sit on the Chamber of Commerce board as well. Every single thing that we do, including the Neighborhood Center, is to look at our community from a holistic perspective and to make our community not only better now, but for our children and our children's children. That being said, 2 years ago, when we started our first domestic violence grant through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, we never knew what was coming down our path. Since that day, we have housed over 40 households who have been fleeing from domestic violence. 40 households which comprise of over 70 individuals, including their children. Over those 2 years, we've received a certain amount of funding. Last year, we doubled our funding with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So as we continue to move into our domestic violence application in our community, we saw this as a great resource to pool into that. In addition to our normal domestic violence rapid rehousing, we run a joint transitional housing rapid rehousing. That's where this program really comes into play, because what we're finding is that there's a gap in services in these women finding a landing pad. They want to flee, but they can't flee. They have nowhere to go. From my experience in 11 years with the Neighborhood Center and in this community, the majority of our agencies, including the Neighborhood Center, we are at capacity all the time, including our domestic violence shelters. So when these women who are fleeing come to us, many times we're forced to put them immediately into a congregate setting, which is not necessarily the most beneficial for their mental and emotional well-being, especially if they have children. So the purpose of this is to develop the transitional housing portion for 1 to 2 years while they are stabilizing, while they're getting their affairs in order, with all of the wraparound services to create a holistic, ongoing stability for them when we put them into the rapid rehousing portion for another 12 to 24 months. So we are looking at this particular program to be 2 years. I wrote it for 2 years. During that 2-year time frame, we anticipate being able to find additional funding to sustain this aspect of the program for another 2 to 5 years. However, what we currently have, the domestic violence rapid rehousing, that will continue regardless of whether this funding or whether we find other funding in the future. So we will continue with our domestic violence programs one way or another. This is just to fill in that gap, especially for the first 2 years for these women. The length of service for the actual individual clients and program participants is going to be a 1 to 2 year, which the phase 1 is that transitional housing piece, which is what we are petitioning y'all for today. And then another 1 to 2 years after that in the rapid rehousing, in which we will pay for all of their housing costs and wraparound services. We currently have 1 rapid rehousing domestic violence case manager. This program would add an additional 2, which are specifically targeted towards this program and this program alone. The Neighborhood Center has been in organization for over 50 years, and again, we've been doing domestic violence targetedly for over 2 years now. We have collaborative efforts with pretty much every wonderful agency in this room. Thank you guys for all that you do. We will be partnering specifically with Stuart Marchman and hiring and doing a contract service with them for one of their domestic violence case managers, as well as bringing on another one specifically to the Neighborhood Center. We work with SMA. We have contacts and collaborative MOUs with Family Life Center, obviously with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and with FFT Helping Others, which all of the other agencies I've also talked about. We helped facilitate a roundtable panel discussion last month over at the Sanborn Center with them. Our primary goals are to have interim rapid or transitional housing, then move them into permanent, ongoing, sustainable, permanent housing outside of that.
Thank you. Questions? One of the things I heard you speed talking, you repeatedly referred to women. Is it strictly a women's issue, or do you get men sometimes?
Historically, it is primarily women, yes, but there are men that suffer with domestic violence. Let's be real about that. Nonetheless, the target typically are females. If a male were to come through, we would absolutely service that individual and his children as well.
You haven't seen it? Barb German.
Thank you, Chair. In your submission, you indicate $77,700 in renovations that you would use the funds for. For me, I would certainly prefer to see services and not improvements and renovations for the funds. So,
absolutely, we can make that happen. If that's going to be a deal breaker, I'll take that out and we'll put it directly into services. One thing that we know is that to have a safe haven and an environment that is 100% safe by installing additional, I know that there's some renovation work, but additional measures such as adding security cameras, etc. But a complete safe environment, we know, is the first effort in stabilization. And the house that we have, yes, We are currently using it, but it would be then dedicated to this program, and for the long-term sustainability of it, we would need to do some renovations. However, if that would be a deal breaker, we can take that off the table and we'll put it right into direct services. We have no problem whatsoever with that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. That brings us to the Beacon Center.
Good afternoon. Hi, again, I'm Angie Pye with the Beacon Center. I'm the CEO there at that organization. And as you all know, Beacon Center is the only certified center serving Volusia County. We have a diverse board made up of community members that's been stable. We've been in business here in Volusia County since 1976. We run many successful programs, including our rural outreach program, which is in Pearson, doing work that's culturally and linguistically specific. We have a parent attorney project, a primary prevention program, economic empowerment, a CPI project, children's program, and we have a legal department that also handles injunctions for protection. We have 4 total attorneys as part of our legal project. Since 2016, we've grown from 20 employees to 31 full and part-time employees, and we are also asking for the $240,000 to be utilized over a 4-year period. The Beacon Center is proposing a capacity building grant, is what we've spoke about before, is what we continue to propose, in creating a Volusia County domestic violence coordinated response, a coordinated community response. This was originated in Duluth, Minnesota, and it's widely recognized as one of the most effective community-based strategies in addressing and preventing domestic violence. So the funds would be used to work with our community partners, which we have a core group already put together with law enforcement and the state attorney looking at developing this. But we intend to use the money over the 4-year period. As you see in the budget, we're looking at first year of 54, and then 64,000, 61,000, and the last year 61,000, based on July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2026. So the goals of this project would be to create and facilitate the Volusia County Coordinated Community Response, to oversee the project activities and prevent domestic violence in our community. We would be providing extensive and comprehensive training for the justice system, the faith-based communities, and other community partners on handling domestic violence within their spheres of influence, and would help build community capacity to end domestic violence and reduce. CCRs have proven to reduce domestic homicide in communities where they've been implemented. We would also conduct a community-wide needs assessment and corresponding media campaign to educate the community on domestic violence, bystander intervention, and how to increase survivor and child safety. So all of the work that we will be doing will be done in partnership with organizations like you've heard from today, who are already serving this population, and this would build their capacity to continue to do so in a way that would help reduce violence in our community and reduce homicide. One of the goals of the Beacon Center has continued to be, how do we keep survivors of domestic violence and their children safe in their homes? And we know that we do that through perpetrator accountability. So many of us, even the organizations that you've heard from that are housing domestic violence victims, one thing we know is that there's more victims than we have beds. So if we can create the education and the capacity building for all the individuals here in Volusia County, law enforcement, state attorney, judicial, SMAs, the other organizations that you've heard from, could all benefit from these trainers that we will bring in. We've got access to some of the most renowned trainers really in the world on these issues that could come in and help not only just provide a training. This would be beyond just coming in and doing a training. These individuals would be used for technical assistance and for capacity building throughout the 4-year period. They would be visiting us on multiple occasions, and we would have access to them. We also intend on creating a platform for these trainings to be available virtually to anybody in the community who would like to participate, and also blanketing the community with education on the issue. We anticipate being able to target at least 40% of the Volusia County population with the media campaigns and the education that we would be putting together in partnership with other organizations, community providers, and the experts that we would bring in to work with us on developing the coordinated community response towards ending domestic violence and reducing domestic violence homicide. Thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you. Just looking at your budget again, I'm just going to ask, because you knew that was one of the things that we brought up the last time. $20,000 for conferences. Tell me.
It would be a conference for Volusia County that would be worked and developed by the CCR that we would put together, the Community Coordinator Response, which would be the local law enforcement, state attorneys. That would allow for lawyers, medical professionals, these individuals to come in and receive the CEUs and the CLEs that they need.
So you're saying educating conference for you to spread out, not for you to go to Las Vegas.
No.
Just saying.
No, not that big of a fan of Las Vegas, but
I was just thinking, man, that's a heck of a
no, ma'am.
conference.
This would be bringing the experts here to serve our community and build, because we're all seeing domestic violence, medical professionals, everybody, and the lawyers, that they all need credit. They're required to have training around this every year. We would be providing that as a part of this conference to this community.
So that could entail all of these.
Oh, absolutely.
Here. I like the idea that Buck was talking about, the collaborative model. You know, I really think that's important, because this is so big.
It is.
This is so big. I was, as I said, I was a victim advocate with Port Orange years ago, and I think I dropped off people at the Beacon in the middle of the night many times, and just realized how, I mean, I did it for like 3 years or whatever, how much education we all need on it, you know, and I had to have continuing education and credits because I was certified.
Absolutely.
Yes, so as this grows, we need that education out there for everybody to see what it looks like and how in the heck to handle it. Those were the couple things I did. You want to talk about that $20,000 Hawaiian conference?
Yes, don't worry, it won't be that.
She wanted to go with you.
Oh,
Barb,
well, maybe we can find another way.
Vice Chair Barb Gertman.
I too like the collaborative, and both proposals were over a 4-year period, and I know that the original 240 is coming from ARPA funds, and I'd like to hear from staff as we consider what the true need is versus the funds that were allotted for this. We know is 240. If we look at a collaboration, are there funds still in our ARPA that we can consider doing a collaboration, or are we locked into the 240 and need to figure out how to make something like that work? Because I believe that you can work with the customer, you can work with the person who has the need, but I think you've done this long enough to see the greater need in shifting culture, shifting mindset in regards to abuse. So I do think it's important to plant those seeds within the community. And not that I'm relating it, but just like the animal control, you've got to start taking things in a different direction and not just keep doing what you've been doing. That, yeah, you get good results, but you've got to spread the resources in a different way to spread the message and help others understand it better. And I think if we're gonna be a part of that, why do it in a way that we can't get the most benefit from it and be a part of that evolution and that shift throughout our community, because we're only gonna benefit from it in the end.
Yes.
So, so while they're over there putting their heads together, we can see if someone else has a question. But that was it for me. I do appreciate you coming back and speaking to the need and the concern. Also, the reality that there's such an unmet need, and how do you make that work? Also, you do serve West Volusia.
We do, yes. We have an advocate that's in Pearson and DeLand, our Spanish speaking advocate that works in the cultural linguistic piece that's over here.
Met her.
Yeah,
I met her.
Patricia, yes.
I was very impressed.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And if we were funded, I mean, I would hope that the organizations here today would definitely come to the table and be a part of the CCR, because there's plenty of work to go around. I mean, that's unfortunately the truth.
We need to try to put ourselves out of business in regards to
I certainly hope for that. As when I got in this work, that's what I wanted. And now I really just want to know that survivors of domestic violence are being treated fairly and compassionately, no matter whose door they walk into. So it doesn't have to be ours, but I want people to know what's available and be able to show that love to these families.
Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you. Barb, I'm kind of in your camp with this in terms of spreading things out. We have 4 good groups or great groups that bring something different to the table, you know, and if, in my opinion, if we really want to make some headway or make a dent, one of the things I was thinking about here was considering or seeing what the council felt about splitting this 240 up into 4 pieces of the pie and pretty much ensuring each group comes together and works together countywide, because Barb had made a good comment earlier, and I'll just echo, a lot of times the west side of this county, just from what I see, gets forgotten about. A lot of it because the action's on the east side. A lot of our resources go over there. I too, even though it's not in my AOR, I want to see the west side get a little bit more attention. So Barb, I'm with you on that. I'd like everybody to come together as a little insurance policy of spreading this out to ensure that everybody works together and see where it goes from there. Maybe something kicks up in the future in terms of the budget, but I'm interested and excited to kind of see where this goes, but thank you.
Billy.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Danny, but I'm not for splitting this up 4 ways. I would like to see what else we could come up with. If there are other funds available in addition to, I'm just throwing out there, just saying, because the need is so great.
That's right.
And to split this up, we're just giving everybody just a drop. And if we can get something large enough that would lead out to all of the other organizations, I just think we have to look at it in that way rather than just giving a dabble.
And I think also we're going to vote in a semi-secret ballot that won't be secret very long, and anybody can suggest that or write that. I tend to agree with Billy that I think we reduce the impact of the money, although I do like the collaboration, and but anyone can make that their request. Ben Johnson.
Yeah, it's always nice to split money up, but by the time you finish splitting this $240,000 up, all you got's lunch money. and truly, you can't do anything with too small of a pot. Also, we got to stop and think before somebody starts throwing out, well, adding a bunch of money. We've already pretty well divided this money up, and it's come to a plan. If we take money from other places or put more of this money into it, I think what happens is it has to come out of another project, does it not? So whatever, you know, we did a lot of work and a lot of thinking to get it here, and I'd love to see a whole lot more money go into this thing, but I think we're kind of by doing that, we gotta go back to the drawing board and take away from somebody else that already is expecting what we told them they would have. That's not fair to them. Maybe we should say that we were kind of jumped in this one behind the horse, and maybe if we had done it earlier, we'd have devoted more money to this to start with. But we can't just grow money on trees, especially when we're looking at budget. So if we decide to do something, it's either rob from somebody else, or we got to think at the end of the year when everybody wants to say, oh, we got to go to rollback and we don't have the money. It's one or the other. So I think we're kind of stuck on the 240 in my mind, and where we go. I like the collaboration. I agree with that 100%, but if we're going to do something, I think we probably pretty well should stick with putting it in one basket, wherever that may end up, and let them do the work. And maybe we're sitting here and start looking at the future. What can we do maybe next year to add to it, or in the future, or any money we have, but not start shifting money around because we're kind of put on the spot today, and we are kind of on the spot. We put ourselves there, y'all didn't. So I'm not fussing about any of y'all, but we put ourselves on the spot, and I think we need to stay where we're at.
Ryan, you were walking up with a bag of money. Did you have further insight to Barb's question?
Let me just jump in before he goes up there. We would have to take from somewhere else. This money is coming from the excess revenue loss that came from that part. It's not direct ARPA. You would, in order to get ARPA funds, there would have to be a federal procurement process put in place. So that could be done. That pot is actually a better pot because it's more specific, and if this would qualify in that, that would be a way to go if you were going to take any extra money. But the 240 is kind of locked in because it is the really coming out of the general fund as part of the revenue loss. So my recommendation would be you might want to deal with this situation with the ranking as we had proposed, and then if you wanted to go after more services, we could look at maybe a federal procurement that would take about 8 weeks, is my understanding, to go back out and for that.
Barb, does that answer your question?
It does, and I'm good with that. It says that there's still opportunity to serve. I get that, the monies are in certain buckets. So if this is where we have to stay for this, I respect that. But to me, there may be funds through this other opportunity, right? This unspent or unmet through those ARPA dollars that still would be able to be a resource. So I'm good with that.
Danny Robbins.
Just came to mind during a couple of the presentations, from what I've heard, or just some consistency, is a lot of it, this money was going to go towards further rental assistance and getting people kind of relocated. Is that obviously the top concern here, or is there other things? I know we have other programs, and Carmen had sent out an email, was a couple months ago, and we had a tally of everything that we spent. I want to say it's about $62 million in all of our. Is that accurate? Just off the top of my head, I want to say it was 60 some odd million that we've put in towards kind of these subsidies and whatnot. Is the relocation and the housing the number one issue that we are? Any of the?
Yes, one of the primary focuses in all of housing, again, as Buck alluded to or spoke about, is the Housing First model. The Housing First basically states that everyone should have a house. Everyone should have a place that they can call home. And we know right now, given the state that we're in with our economic crisis and affordable housing crisis, that is priority number one according to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I don't know as far as the other proposals, but as far as our proposal, it was that the money was not going to be utilized for relocation services as more of a landing pad until we can relocate somebody. What we're finding right now is due to the lack of affordable housing in our community, that when people are coming to us, it takes 2, 3, 4 months to find a place for them to actually go that they can afford long-term, even once our assistance ends. And so that's where this program, specifically for the neighborhood center, would not be utilized in that capacity. Those funds would be matching this, but this would be their landing pad. This would be their safe haven until they were to obtain that affordable housing. But yes, at the end of the day, housing first and finding affordable housing is at the top of HUD's strategic plan and priority. It's at the top of the Volusia Flagler County Coalition for the Homeless strategic 5-year strategic plan. It's the neighborhood centers plan. It's HUM's plan, because we are housing focused, and we know that housing, having housing prevents a lot of things in the community. It reduces the tax share burden on everyone, including the hospitals. Because when people find themselves in homeless, especially domestic violence situations, the first thing that they do is they go to the ER as their primary care, and then it never gets paid back. We can reduce that, those types of things, not just that, but we can reduce the cost share burden to our community by putting people into immediate housing. So yes, housing is the priority.
Thank you.
We need to give all the agencies now the opportunity to respond to your question, since it was a general question. So if any of the other three wish to say something different or say your piece, come on up.
Hello. I feel like in response to that question, coming from Foundations to Freedom, when we're looking at asking for the rental assistance, it's not to actually relocate them, it's to help assist them in the cost of staying in the shelter home that we are providing for them. And then the other costs included are for rehabilitative services. I think that, yes, housing is a huge issue and a huge need, but as a survivor of domestic violence, when you are coming out of that situation, your life has to be rehabilitated. You need all the wraparound services that go with it. So yes, it's the immediate shelter, the immediate protection for the victim and the victim's children or families, but it's also that rehabilitation piece as well, so that they can go integrate back into society with a different mindset and a different on a different level. So thank you.
Everyone else is okay? All right. Let's vote.
Okay. So Carmen's going to be handing out 2 forms to you. One is a conflict of interest evaluation form. So if you have any conflict of interest with any of these agencies, please sign the form. And then she'll also be providing you with a ballot. Your number 1 choice gets a 1 all the way down to 3 and 4. Then we will collect those from you when you're done, and we will tabulate those quickly and give you back the results. Any questions?
while they're tabulating, I'm sure I speak for everybody up here. We just thank all of you for what you do in our community. It's extremely important, especially as a survivor, and you're probably not the only one in this room. But thank you for your service, and I hope that you will continue on with this important work. And I know you do work in a lot of other areas as well. So.
Okay. Oops. So the lower score is the first place, second, third, fourth. So Beacon Center received a score of 11. Halifax Urban Ministries received a score of 12. Neighborhood Center of West Volusia received a score of 14. And Foundations to Freedom received a score of 23. So Beacon Center was your number one choice by the way you voted. So if you all are in agreement with that, then we need a motion to proceed. If you wish to discuss, we'll sit down and let you discuss.
Yeah, I think the vote's a vote, yeah. Fred makes a motion to proceed as voted, seconded by Wheeler. Any other discussion? Barbie, you all right?
That's what we signed up for, so that's what we got, so.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, we got to read them out loud.
Okay.
It's just like procurement.
Do we need Lisa Lewis?
We actually have to read each individual vote into the record by, like I normally do when we do procurement. This is Pam Wilski, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. So for Beacon Center, Jeff Brower, 1, Ben Johnson, 1, Barb Gertman, 1, Billy Wheeler, 1, Danny Robbins, 4, Ms. Post is absent, Dr. Lowry, 3. Halifax Urban Ministry, Mr. Brower, 2, Mr. Johnson, 3, Ms. Gertman, 2, Ms. Wheeler, 3, Mr. Robbins, 1, Ms. Post absent, Dr. Lowry, 1. Neighborhood Center of West Volusia, Mr. Brower, 3, Mr. Johnson, 2, Ms. Gertman, 3, sorry, my eyes jumped on me, Ms. Wheeler, 2, Mr. Robbins, 2, Ms. Post is absent, Dr. Lowry, 2. Foundations of Freedom, Mr. Brower, 4, Mr. Johnson, 4, Ms. Gertman, 4, Ms. Wheeler, 4, Mr. Robbins, 3, Ms. Post is absent, Dr. Lowry, 4. And so that's how we got to the scores across the board individually. Thank you.
And I guess there's no way to show that at least 2 of us voted to split the money between 2 people. And you don't have to go back through that. That's all right. But okay. Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming in and thank you for your service. Yes, sir.
Yeah, based on the discussion, is it the desire of the council to put together, for staff to put together a scope and then to look at a federal procurement, and we come up with a budget for further domestic violence
I'll make that
programs?
motion.
I think we just saw a need.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
So yes, a motion by Gertman, second by Lowry for you to proceed with that. I don't think, do you need a vote for it?
Well,
You just heard
that's
it.
just as long as
Okay.
you've done
All
it.
in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll work on it. Thank you.
Brings us to item 10, contract with PNS Paving, Inc. for the Old New York Road paved shoulders from the railroad to SR 44.
Good afternoon, Tad Casbier, County Engineer. This is a contract with PNS Paving for the adding of paved shoulders to New York Avenue. This is in DeLand, goes from the railroad to State Road 44. The contract amount is just short of $1.5 million. The total construction contract is funded by the LAP program, which is federally funded overall. Staff recommends approval.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Gertman. Any discussion? George, is your name left over from the last discussion?
Yeah, it's left over, sorry.
Barb? You are up there. Now I didn't write down who made the second. I did. Barb did. No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Are you here for a while?
What's the next one?
11 removed. Item 12, contract with Built Right Construction of Central Florida. Tad.
Correct. Again, another construction contract, this with Built Right Construction of Central Florida. This is for the Williamson and Strickland Range intersection improvements. We'll be adding a signal to that intersection. This is a part of the Williamson widening improvements that we've been making in the Daytona Beach area. Staff recommends approval.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Lowry. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 13, contract with Mead and Hunt for the architectural and engineering services for the expansion of the Southeast Regional Water Reclamation Facility improvements.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Mike Ulrich, Water Resources Utilities Director. You'll recall back in February, our workshop on water quality, and this was this project, the Southeast Water Reclamation Facility, one of the highlighted projects. So I'm very pleased to present to you what will be a request to approve the design contract today. So this is really the highlights for today, and again, I'm pleased to present Brad Blaze with Mead and Hunt. Brad has been working on many of our systems for many years. He is the vice president for Mead and Hunt as well as the project manager for here. He has worked on the original disinfectant portion of this plant many years ago, and he's currently working on the septic to sewer project in Indian Harbor Estates for the city of Oak Hill. He's also helped us in the facilities planning document for the North IRL, which is what we've been working on for quite some time now. So we're very pleased to have Brad leading this project. We also have as our sub-consultant, CPH, out of Stanford. CPH did the very successful project in the Southwest Regional Water Reclamation Facility, our award-winning project over in DeBerry. So we've got certainly assembled a very good team. This project is funded in part ARPA funding from the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, as well as water utilities expenditures, which we obtained through a grant from DEP. So again, there's a lot of parties in this. It's again another good opportunity of co-partnerships on a lot of different levels. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Motion to approve as written by Johnson, second by Robbins. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? You did a great job.
So are you guys. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we are now going to move item 15. We're going to advance it before 14 because of some traveling issues. Item 15 is an update of contract with Nationwide to provide 457 and 401 plan deferred compensation services. Ryan Osowski.
Good afternoon, Chair, Council members. I'm Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you is an update of a contract with Nationwide for Section 457 of the Internal Revenue Code, which is deferred compensation program changes. As background, deferred compensation or Section 457 plans are offered by state and local governments. Eligible participants can make salary deferral contributions, depositing some of their paycheck pre-tax into this plan without being taxed until it is withdrawn. This is not funded by the county as an employer-funded plan. The county's employer-funded plan, of course, is the Florida Retirement System. This is a supplementary, employee-only funded retirement plan that is available. Our current participation in the plan is just under, and these numbers were actually as of December 31st, just under 1,000 employees with a portfolio of $130 million. We currently have about 50 options that participants can choose from. which, as you'll see when we go through this presentation, we're recommending to reduce that number of options. The average fees that are currently paid are 53 basis points on the plan. Our current agreement was established in 1988 with Nationwide, and one of the primary drivers for why we're here today is Nationwide approached the county back in 2018 saying that they would no longer be able to offer the 3.5% fixed rate guaranteed interest contract that is available in the plan. The plan has a significant amount of investments, participants that have elected to put their investments in that option at 49%. Nationwide has presented us with several options throughout the years since 2018, and we actually had a consultant, Dahab Consulting, which, by the way, Tom Donegan from Dahab Consulting and Lou Moreno from Nationwide are here to answer any questions if you give me something that I can't answer, but they're here as well. The existing agreement was reviewed by our consultants for the possibility of considering going out for a totally new plan. However, considering that there's no other firms that they found that would be willing to offer the 2.75% rate, which is one of the option that we landed on. There were some other options out there, but this was the option that we felt was best to present to council as our recommended option. Their platform in that 2.75% guarantee offers open structure for investing, which means we're no longer locked into certain investment options that Nationwide themselves provides within the plan that's also administered by Nationwide. We can actually change those investments that are underlying that. So while the plan might be administered by Nationwide, you could have a Vanguard fund, for example. They also, the option we're recommending has a low fee of 10 basis points for the administrative level. Nationwide is committed to educating participants about these changes once council has allowed us to make these changes. This is not something that will roll out tomorrow by any means. It'll take several months to get this actually in place, which will be our education period for those participants. And all in all, we'd say that Nationwide has been very responsive to our negotiations and actually flexible at working with us as we go through this process. It has taken a while to get through this process. We had a pandemic in the middle, obviously. So with the plan update, we're meeting the following objectives. We're updating to current contract and federal regulatory requirements. We're asking to simplify the plan by reducing the number of available funds to choose from, and that is a recommendation that came from Dahab that our plan is too complex at 50 different options to choose from. We're recommending, as you'll see in the next slides, to utilize nationally known, a lot of them are Vanguard indexed and different types of funds that are out there. The 10 basis points is a lower overall fee, especially when you compare to the 53 basis points we were paying in the past, and to add better coverage of market sectors, and I'm not going to read every bullet on that slide there. So I'll go through the different types of investments that we're looking at making recommended changes to. I've mentioned Vanguard before. We're looking to change a lot of the Nationwide funds to Vanguard funds because they do have a lower investment fund level fee. Even once you add the 10 basis points for the plan custodian fee on top of the 12, 13, 14 basis points you see listed here, it's still a lower rate than participants that were paying in the past on these types of funds that were out here. This group, when you have a target retirement date, they call those the glide path funds. So there's a bunch of different ones listed here, but the theme is the same. On all the glide path funds, we're looking to change from Nationwide to Vanguard for lower fees. Also, these return rates they're all still comparative, but they were as of December 31st. You'd see a change since then with the way the market's been going. In the balanced type funds, we had various different options that were available. The recommendation is to remove those different options. The glide path are a better option than the other options that are available. We recommend as well. We do recommend retaining one balanced style fund, which would be the Fidelity Puritan Fund, retaining the current Real Estate Investment Trust Fund, and there's quite a few slides of this. Rather than go through them, you all have everybody's had the presentation ahead of time. So if you have any questions on any particular group of funds, the theme is the same. We're looking to remove funds that either have a lower return or higher fees, or most often both. The theme is most often we're lowering the fees and getting a better historical return per all of the investment advisors' recommendations. So, like I said, there's quite a few slides of that. And I think the most important thing to end on would be what I said before. This is not going to be something that gets implemented overnight. Nationwide did approach us 4 years ago to start this process. They've been more than accommodative, so we do need to make a change. While we're making that change, we're also providing better investment options to our participants and all of the funds that are available under the plan. And we've locked in a low rate for our plan level management fees. And of course, we'll have ample time to educate participants. With that, I'll take any questions.
Council, while they're thinking, I would just say, since Nationwide is here, thank you for working with Ryan through this. And if Ryan's happy, I'm happy.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler. Second by Lowry. Any other discussion, questions? We have a consultant here. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. I won't be going far.
Thank you all for staying around all day.
Aaron is up next with our item 14 that we just skipped.
Right. We're going back to item 14, presentation of 5-year capital goal. And at the end of this, we do have someone from the public who would like to speak on the list.
Good afternoon, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Management and Budget Director. So today I am going to present to you our 5-year capital plan. So the concept of capital planning is nothing new to the county. We present the 5-year capital plan as part of our budget process annually with our CIP document. However, during the capital improvement internal audit, it was recommended that we present our capital plan prior to the recommended budget at the beginning of the budget process so council can provide feedback. So it was also recommended that we include all projects that are included in the plan, even where we have not identified the funding source, which ties back to our comp plan. So projects are identified by our directors, constitutional officers, county manager, or county council, and they're included as part of the department's budget submittal annually. We do review the plan and update it annually as projects come up. The plan is presented to council for feedback. Council approves year 1 of the plan as part of the budget process. So while you may be giving feedback to the entire plan, year 1 is the only year where the funding is going to be appropriated once you adopt the budget. So years 2 through 5 are for financial planning. Funding is not appropriated until it's included in the annual budget or via budget resolution that's brought to council. And then another important note is staff is continually seeking grant opportunities to fund the capital program. So while we may have a project listed as general fund, we are always looking for grant opportunities to relieve the tax burden and pay for the project separately. So as part of the audit, it was to recommend to clearly define what is capital improvement. Generally, everything that we budgeted in our capital object codes got deemed capital improvement. And so as part of the audit, we've created 3 different categories of capital now. So you have capital replacement projects, which are projects of any value that are a replacement or rehabilitation of an existing asset without substantial modifications or upgrades. And then you have small capital projects that are new projects or upgrades to existing assets, and they cannot be accounted for in the normal operating budget, and they don't meet the threshold of capital improvement. So what is capital improvement? Capital improvement has an established project cost of $500,000 and a life expectancy of 5 years or more. And it has to be a major expenditure for construction, purchase of land, land and existing structures, and then communications and information technology projects. This gives you a summary of our funding request by project type and by fiscal year. As you can see, the capital replacement projects for fiscal year 22-23 is nearly as much as the capital improvement projects. And we also have a column for our projects where funding has not been identified. You see that all the way on the right, the $897 million. And we'll go over that, those projects a little later in the presentation. So for capital replacement projects, we're not going to sit here and go through every project. You do have the list that was attached to the agenda. So project replacement plan is developed based on asset life expectancy, environmental conditions, inspections, and usage. Project examples include restroom replacements, playground equipment and surface replacements, air handler and chiller replacements, projects like that. And like I said, you do have the list that was attached to the agenda item for more detail. And I should have mentioned this in the beginning, if there are any specific questions you have, please feel free to stop. I have a slew of people back here ready to come and answer any questions you might have on the projects. So small capital projects, again, complete list is attached to the agenda item for your review. Small projects requests are based on needs of the division, community impact and or safety, and then operational savings, like the lighting conversions to LED lighting, that would create an operational savings. So that's a small capital project. Building reconfigurations or remodels, ADA upgrades, new traffic signals, storage sheds, projects like that. Now we'll get into the capital improvement projects by fund, and first we'll go over the general fund. As you can see, we have 3 projects identified here. The Ocean Drive and Tide and Floral Dune walkovers. This would include the design and construction to bring these walkovers up to ADA standards. These are located in the New Smyrna Beach area. And then the DeLand Annex, which is the old health department, ADA upgrades to that building where the renovations are needed. And then this list, again, it doesn't include the capital replacement or the small capital projects in the general fund. You would see those on the list that's attached to the agenda item. So here you see the capital improvements for the library and mosquito control funds. In the library fund, the large project is the Port Orange Library expansion. You see that in year 25-26. User statistics at the library demonstrates the need for additional space for youth services, including additional space for informal study, collaborative meetings and tutor space, and dedicated program rooms. Funding for this project is accumulated in the library construction fund via annual transfer from the library fund. In mosquito control, we have the replacement of the mosquito control facility as a major project. Again, this is an annual set aside from the mosquito control fund. This would replace the facility on South Street in New Smyrna. For those of you who are not familiar, the first buildings on this site were constructed in the 70s, and they have exceeded their functional life. Staff has performed critical repairs to the buildings, and we have a temporary modular unit for personnel on site. However, the building is in need of replacement. So this shows you the plan for fire services capital improvement. These projects are funded through the fire impact fees and fire ad valorem taxes. Projects are for renovation and relocation or relocation of existing stations. And then the largest project on this list would be Station 15, which will be located on 92 near the Indian Lake Road area. For Port District and beach capital improvement projects, the reef deployment is an annual set-aside of port funding for continued growth of our offshore reef program. And then the other port project is replacement and expansion of the main pavilion at Smyrna Dunes Park, which would include restroom upgrades at that very popular park. In the Beach Capital Fund, we set aside available funding for potential land acquisition to develop off-beach parking. If a property were to become available, we would most likely need more funding than what is shown here, but that is just an annual set aside. Presented here is the local funding for the Daytona Beach International Airport improvement projects. Airport projects are mostly funded via federal and state grants with a local portion. Typically, federal grants are 90% federal funding, 5% state funding, and then 5% local funding. State grants are typically 50-50. And what is shown on this slide is only the local funding. It does not include any ad valorem revenue, as the airport is an enterprise fund. So the local funding is provided via the airport's business income. The road capital improvement projects listed here are funded via the road impact fees and transportation trust funding, which includes gas taxes. What is shown here represents the project funding that has been programmed into the forecast. Any funding that becomes available for other projects on the priority list, those projects would be moved up as we identify the funding. Ocean Center and parking garage capital improvement projects are listed here, with the mezzanine concourse restrooms at the Ocean Center and the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing upgrades at the parking garage being the only improvement projects on the list. The Ocean Center and parking garage have multiple projects that are on the replacement list, as they are in the process of replacing current assets at the facilities. The largest of these projects include arena seat replacement at the Ocean Center and then parking deck rehabilitation in the parking garage. Funding for these projects is provided via the Ocean Center and Parking Garage Fund. So again, no ad valorem taxes are used for the projects at the Ocean Center or Parking Garage. So this one is the solid waste capital improvement plan. On this project, the projects listed here, the largest to talk about is the Southeast Area new cell construction at $32.4 million in fiscal year 24-25. This project will require additional funding beyond what is currently available, which could come from increased user fees and or taking out debt to fund the project. But again, it would not be ad valorem tax revenues. It would be the solid waste fund that would be repaying that debt. So here's the current plan for the water and sewer utilities capital improvement projects. These projects are funded in the Water Resource Utilities Fund, which earns revenues from user fees and is not funded with ad valorem tax dollars. This list shows the funding plan with local dollars, but I know you all are aware Mike Ulrich is actively seeking grants for his projects. So, and then this is the trails capital improvement. Master plan for the county trail system is currently under development and will be brought back to council at a later date. So the only thing shown here is the internal cost for engineering for trails development. And then another important note is trail construction is funded mainly through state grants at this time. So then we get into the capital funding where we have not identified, capital projects where we have not identified the funding. So I already mentioned the $897 million number. Majority of these projects listed on here are road projects. And again, we do continually seek grant opportunities to find ways to fund the capital needs. And then presenting these unfunded projects, again, was a recommendation from the internal audit on the capital program to tie with our comp plan. So, first one on the list is the new Daytona Court Complex, which would replace the City Island Courthouse. This project has been discussed in years past, but identifying funding of this magnitude would require some form of debt in the general fund. I mean, it's just a large project. And there are some other alternatives as far as design that we're looking at. So, in community services, we have PFC Emeroy Bennett Park expansion. Bennett Park is located on Veterans Memorial Parkway in Orange City. This project would add additional ball fields and potentially a community center and gymnasium. The land across the street from the park is where the expansion would occur, and we already own that land. And then there is potential for ECHO funding towards this project. As you know, ECHO does have a large balance, and so this could potentially be a nice project for ECHO on the west side that would serve multiple cities. In public protection, we have the following projects where funding has not been identified. The corrections medical wing is a project you guys probably remember from when we were doing the ARPA discussions. Funding has not been appropriated towards that project, so that is still a need. The EOC multipurpose expansion would add additional dorms and training space. And then in EMS, we have a need for a new facility as well. EMS operates out of a facility on Carswell in Holly Hill, Daytona area. The facility is in a flood-prone area and is beyond reasonable repair, so we will be looking to replace that facility. And then a new public protection logistics center would provide PPE and emergency supply storage capabilities for fire services, EMS, and the EOC. We are currently exploring the option to apply for a federal BRIC grant for these projects. And if we were to be awarded for the grant, it would include Fire Station 15 that we talked about a little earlier, and then a 25% local match would still be required. So here we have some water and resource utilities capital improvement projects where we have not identified funding. These two projects it's the wastewater infrastructure improvements at River Road RV Park and Seminole Rest State Park, and then the septic to sewer conversions in the Blue Springs primary focus area at Breezewood and Orange City Hills. Traffic engineering, these are replacement and upgrade of signals to the mast arm type of signals. So these are where we have not identified funding in the current transportation trust forecast. But we do have them listed as a need. Road and bridge stormwater projects we have listed here where we have not identified funding. You see we have water quality projects for stormwater management. We also have mechanical system upgrades at the LB Knox Bridge. The largest project on this list would be a new public works facility that would replace the facility on West State Road 44. Which again is an outdated facility and in need of replacement. There's multiple buildings on that site, and we would condense to one building, which would also free up some land in that area. Shown here are the prioritized road program projects where complete funding has not been identified. The road program, as you guys may remember, was presented to council in January. And these projects were deemed a priority by council. Some project funding has been put forth for them where we're doing engineering and design work, and we are moving forward on the projects, but what is shown here is the balance of funding we still need to identify. And then we get into the next three slides, and I won't read every road as to not go too far, but these are all the other roads where we have not identified funding as of yet. And they are not on the prioritized list of road program project. And then that takes us to questions that you may have on any of the projects that we've shown here.
I don't see any.
Good.
Good.
See if we go late enough, right?
I like being last.
Well, again, you'll see some of these projects as they go forth, because they'll now show up, the ones that have identified funding, you'll start seeing in the budget as we start showing portions of that, which we'll have the 5-year forecast coming up, which is always exciting. And that's where you really start getting a good look at, how we can do the projects. And if there are projects, again, that want to go forward, we can be, discussed, or you guys want sped up, would be discussed. But that's just where we're at today.
Does this require a motion?
No, this is just a report that we were required to give. It should not have any, unless you give some direction on it, but.
Like to remove projects?
Right,
That kind of direction.
you could, something like that.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, well, yeah. No, I wanted to bring to everybody's attention again, as we're doing budget and getting ready for all this, the amount of unfunded funding not identified.
Yeah.
What is the total amount of the unfunded? I just want to hear you say it.
It is 897 million. Hold on, I'll give you the exact figure.
A lot of these are infrastructure and,
All are, I mean, it's.
pardon me? All are, yeah.
I think when you look at this, you don't see very many new things. I
Right.
mean, most of these things are, and the majority of that money in particular, are existing facilities that we need to either add capacity or upgrade. There are some things, even I guess when you get into public protection, when you're talking about their legit center, that would be consolidating things that are already spread around in other areas and trying to get some efficiency by putting them in one area. And also when you're talking fire stations, we're trying to get our first responders in good, safe facilities. A lot of them were built in the time when we were really mainly a volunteer fire department. And as we heard earlier from the historian, Mr. Bailey, the history that we've gone through. So again, these aren't big new projects. They're really replacing things that are kind of long overdue.
Well, my point is, we keep pushing some of these things back, and we keep pushing them back, and
Right.
and we have a responsibility. There's a lot of things here that need to be done, and somewhere we're going to have to address the funding. We've got to address where we're going to go. We can't continue to just say it doesn't exist. We see it here. So I just think we all need to be very conscious of the discussion that we have to have at some point.
Aaron, before you leave, you might want to stay here. We have a member of the public that has a specific question, it looks like. Linda Sanders, are you here? Thank you.
My speech says good morning, but I guess it's good afternoon.
Can you help her drop that thing?
Okay, got it? Oh, I'm sorry. You're good.
There we go.
Thank you. Oh, well, yeah, there's a lot of them. My name is Linda Sanders, and I live at 4615 Katy Drive in New Smyrna Beach. I am a resident of the Silver Sands Bethune Beach Municipal Service District in Volusia County. Today I'm here representing the Silver Sands Civic Association to ask for your support of the installation of an enhanced pedestrian-activated red, amber, and green traffic signal at the intersection of Hiles Boulevard and South Atlantic Avenue. This item is included in the County Capital Improvement presentation as a small capital project. It is presently in design stage. The Silver Sands Civic Association is a not-for-profit organization whose main objective is to promote the general welfare and social activities of all of the residents of the almost 500 homes in the area. Our membership is voluntary. We remain self-sufficient through the collection of dues, the rental of our clubhouse, the sales of ads, and in our informational brochure, and the generosity of our patron members. As you may know, the county enlarged the beach parking lot and constructed restrooms and showers at the intersections of Hiles Boulevard and South Atlantic Avenue a few years ago. The increase in the size of the lot and relocation of the restrooms from the beach ramp led to an increased number of beachgoers crossing South Atlantic Avenue. It became apparent to the residents of Silver Sands that the current pedestrian crossing light is not sufficient. Regrettably, vehicles traveling north and south on South Atlantic Avenue routinely do not see or ignore the flashing yellow crossing light. Pedestrian safety has been compromised. The general meeting membership of our Silver Sands Civic Association tasked its board in March of 2020 to work with county government and advocate for a new and better pedestrian crossing signal. We have had great cooperation with our district council meeting, thank you, Danny, and with the Director of Traffic Engineering. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we hope that you consider this small capital project. We hope that you consider improving it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
So that project is listed on the small capital project list in fiscal year 22-23, so next fiscal year.
Yeah. See what happens when you show up? Okay. Need a motion to accept the report? Motion?
I don't think we need it.
Well,
Okay, you want
I'm
to
just
do a
going by the approval
Okay.
here. I know somebody said no, but
Okay.
we have a motion by Wheeler and second by Gertman, just to accept the report. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0, and we'll be visiting that often, as Billy pointed out. Item 16, sponsorship requests.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item number 14 is a sponsorship request for Kappa Alpha Psi Gardner White Development Foundation of Florida for their virtual scholarship presentation that's coming up on June the 25th at noon. This sponsorship provides scholarships to graduating male seniors in Volusia County. We have sponsored the event before in fiscal year 21 at the $1,500 level.
Is there a motion?
I'll motion.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Lowry. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And Kevin Captain, item 17, sponsorship requests.
Thank you,
from
Mr.
Embassy.
Mayor. Item number 17 is a sponsorship request for the Embassy of Hope Foundation for their Vince Carter Charity Gala. That'll be held on Saturday, the 20th of August from 7 to 11 p.m. We've actually sponsored this event in the past. The donations will be used towards scholarships for graduating seniors of Volusia County and to support local programs for children and families in need. They're asking for $1,250, and of note, the cost of the individual ticket for this event is $200.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. And it says here 1,500. It is 1,250?
I have $1,250
But on the line,
for
it's
Embassy
got
of Hope.
total.
The request on the attachment is 1,500.
Mr. Dyer.
So
sorry
we're
for
approving
that.
1,500.
Scrivener's error. So
Okay.
1,500.
Okay, let's see if we approve it. We have a motion by Wheeler, second by Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it is approved for $1,250.
1,500.
Right. 1,500.
1,500.
1,500.
And Danny is not here to vote.
Oh, so we still have a quorum, 5-0. Okay. 18, Kevin Captain, sponsorship request.
Okay. Agenda item number 18 is a sponsorship request for Sisters Build Network for Girls for their Juneteenth event that'll be held on Saturday, June 18th from 10 to 4 p.m. This is the first time the county is being asked to sponsor this event. Again, this is for a request of $1,500, and there's no individual cost for the ticket for this event.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Okay.
Kevin Captain, item 19.
Item 19 is community events. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. So for community events, we have the Gabordi Canal and 10th Street ribbon cutting event that's coming up on Friday the 17th at 10 a.m. There is a parking lot where visitors can park. I'm going to give you that address. It's 211 West Knapp Avenue in Edgewater. This area is basically right on the border of Edgewater and New Smyrna Beach. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection is a partner for this event. This has been a long time in the making, so we're very excited to be working and partnering with Public Works and FDEP to cut the ribbon on this event. And moving on to the next event, Ms. Wheeler, you're sitting down. Good. We have the Edwin W. Peck Senior Park ribbon cutting at 11 a.m. Friday, June the 24th. That's going to be at 3167 South Atlantic Avenue in Daytona Beach Shores. So we're very, very excited about this. The equipment has arrived, and we'll have some talking points for you, and we're just as excited as you are.
Thank you. And as soon as you can get a program developed, if you could let me see it, because Mr. Peck called last week, and he just got out of the hospital again, and he said, any information, I just want to hear anything. He said, I'm holding on for 3 more weeks. He will be 104 on the 21st.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I can assure you that our Coastal Division leadership and staff and David Hunt are all listening right now, so we got you. We got Mr. Peck covered. All right, and then as related to item number 3 earlier today, one slide probably hidden. It's the CCA nearshore reef deployment. Again, that is going to be on June the 18th, and it's 2.75 miles offshore. You might not, depends on what you'll be able to see through the Ponce Inlet Jetty, but that's coming up on Father's Day. So if anyone wants to get out there and check it out from the shore, we're excited about that reef deployment. With that, that's all we have for events. Any questions? I would like to just add one little piece. A couple weeks ago on Saturday, May 21st, the NAACP's Cynthia Slater presented the county with an award for honoring the service during the COVID-19 pandemic. On the certificate, they wrote, serving on the front lines in battling the coronavirus and for rising to the occasion to assist all during this critical time. The County of Volusia aided residents in the form of COVID-19 testing, vaccinations, rental and mortgage assistance, utility payments assistance, and grant programs throughout the pandemic. So we will hang this proudly, and we thank Ms. Slater and the NAACP for their acknowledgement and recognition of the county. Any questions? Thank you.
I don't see any. Thank you, Kevin. And that brings us to public participation. Did you have any, Carissa Green? No? Okay. Then I wonder who it's from. We have one, John Nicholson. How does it feel to be loved?
No. It's a battle. Who will go first?
You're burning.
Almost.
You're burning time.
All right. 2 things. One, Billy, $897 million is really, really close to $1 billion. Okay? I don't think you guys are going to have that to spare in the next couple of years. So I hate to do this, Jeff, but again, I'm asking you to think about a 1% sales tax. 0.5% was like 44 million. 1% is 88. So in 10 years, you could pay off it scot-free. All right? Think about that. In 10 years, all of your wish list would be paid for, half of which by visitors. All right? Think about it. Secondly, I know you guys don't understand this, but retirement, you just had a kid retire at the beginning of the meeting, all right? You don't consider him a kid. He's a kid. He is. Did you see his children? Like 10 and 12? Okay. He's not going home to a rocking chair. He will go to another job. All of our police and firemen go to another job. We train them, we educate them, we give them skills, they have institutional knowledge, and then what do? We kick them to the curb. We said, okay, in 30 years, you can retire, and we'll give you this kind of money, but for 30 years, they're working for somebody else. So I'm asking George if there's some way you can creatively think. I mean, we can't sit there and say you've got to work 60 years with the city, but we can find a way of creatively looking, now that they've got all these skills, don't send them to another county or to another city. Find a way to keep them. We need the bodies anyway. If you think about it, you just had the guy from the jails come up and say, we can't get the bodies. All right? In the city of Daytona Beach, we always had a problem. We'd train these guys, and then they'd go somewhere else. And we were constantly trying to look for people. So I'm asking you to consider the concept of not kicking these to the curb at 20 years or 30 years, because at some point they're not going to go home and sit down. They're going to get another job. How can we union, whatever it is, there's a creative way, if you understand what I'm talking about.
Right.
They retire, they do their normal, whatever it is with the unions, but then we get them back to, instead of going to some other city and work, we keep them here to work. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think we need to talk about that for just a second and let Mr. Nicholson know. I mean, that's something that's a lot of times is out of our control. It's out of the counties and the city's control, and that's because of the state retirement program. And we're members of the state retirement program. And with it, you know, with your fire and your police, it's 3% per year retirement. With your others, it's 1.5%, and then there's several mixed in. But a lot of these people, what happens is they can only achieve such a rate. Then, you know, they can only get so high, which is actually 100%, but that'd take 33 years, 33 and a third years. But then you have the drop program. And there's a problem with the drop program. It's good and bad. One, it was to get the high-end people out. But with the drop program, there's mandatory drop dead date. So a lot of these people have reached that time, and they don't realize that sometimes they go into 25 years, and that last 5 years goes so fast. But it is out of the control of us. They're not running from us. It's kind of a no-choice sort of a situation. So what that would take would be basically a change in state law for us to be able to do anything with that. And I just didn't want that leaving hanging like they're just running off. It's one of those deals that after they get through their drop, they're ineligible. Of course, today a lot of people decide they want to retire, and a lot of people retire too quick because they get out and find out, I've been a fireman, I've been a cop. Well, that's what I am. And a lot of times they do drop out, but then there's, with the state retirement, it's awfully hard to come back to it. So that's where some of our problems come in reference to that. Point well taken. And it is a problem that we do lose very, very good people out of our control.
Yeah, I was looking at Jim Judge.
Jim Judge just keeps getting retreaded like me.
Well, if I can, I just build on what he said. That is, we will be putting together a legislative agenda, and I will say other states have looked at their programs because of the shortage of employees and experienced employees, and have made some modifications. So that may be something that we take a look at, but it is a state law issue. And so that is a very good point, and it's a point well taken, and we'll look at it, because they are teachers. Other items too are similar, where people are retiring and we don't have anyone to backfill the positions. So we'll take a look.
Good. Do you want to continue on with
Sure,
any closing
if I
remarks?
may,
you have?
yeah, I do have a few items today. First one, I've been asked to bring up because we have a time element here, but we did this last year. The East Coast Central Florida Regional Planning Council, which manages the Regional Resilience Collaborative, R2C, is asking if we would sponsor, they need a government sponsor, local government sponsor to be for a grant. Last year, we were able to, on their behalf, pick up a $380,000 grant. There is no match to the grant. They're asking for this year, I think would be about $440,000. Our part of it really would be doing the application and then managing the grant. So what I just need is permission from the council to apply for that grant.
Motion.
Second, definitely. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. That's really important, and we did it last year, and it doesn't cost us a dime.
So we have a motion by Gertman for you to apply for the grant, a second by Wheeler. Who? Didn't he just drop? Isn't he in the drop program? Yeah, like a bad cold. Okay, any other discussion on that? All in favor of directing the county manager and his staff to apply for the grants, to say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thanks for bringing that up, George.
Okay, the next up, we have, at the end of the month, our COVID leave program will run out. And what I'd like to get some direction here is maybe to come back with an update of that program the next meeting. What I'd like to propose is that we have employees that have not used any COVID leave, and there is still COVID out there. So what I'd like to propose is that for those who still have that leave on the books, that they be able to still use that up to the end of the calendar year. And again, this is for those, some people have already used it, but we do have quite a few people that have not. And so I'd like for them to be able to still take advantage should they get COVID, which we're working real hard that they don't, but if they do, and this again would just be through the end of the calendar year. So if I could bring that. Do I need to actually bring it back with a program or today? Yeah, let me bring it back to you written as an agenda item next week, but I just want to make sure that you're in agreement with that. Okay, thank you. And then the last thing I have is, I know we've been keeping you abreast of the situation. Unfortunately, we had to do a condemnation out here in DeLand, out at that Budget Inn by the highway. I just want to say kudos to a large team of people that went out and were able to find housing for the people that were living out there in some pretty squalid conditions. So the sheriff's office, Donna and her folks, Clay and his folks, the building department, and a wide array of agencies, local agencies, have stepped up to help those folks, and we were able to get everybody placed out of a situation that was getting increasingly dangerous, and I think we've got out ahead of that very well. So just want to thank everybody for that. And
that's good news. It's hard to imagine anybody living in that place. So
yeah, it's unfortunate. We've had to do things like this in the past, but we've, I think, got a really good team that really worked great together to make a bad situation a little bit better.
Barb Gartman.
2 questions. What does it take if the owner has not responded to condemn and, you know, be able to address a property like that?
Clay can come up, but I could say that, you know, that's exactly what's happened. This person has not responded to our request, which is what puts us in this situation that could end to, well, I'll have Clay go to what the final end could be, but it certainly is to the point where no one should be inhabiting those buildings right now with, we found many violations, some very dangerous with exposed electrical units out there. Clay.
Yeah, Clay, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The reason why we turned off the power was there was an immediate threat to life and safety because of the electrical system. It was not per code. It had been tampered with without permits and was obviously projecting an immediate threat to the safety of those who were in that building. Once that issue is addressed, we can again turn on the power. But there's bigger code issues, which we are also taking it to the Construction Licensing Contractor Appeal Board, your CLCA. They're the board that have the authority to issue the demolition orders. We do not like demolishing buildings. We would much rather have a property owner work with us. We have attempted over the last 9 months to work with the owner to come forward. We've been contacted by his attorney and we've explained, get your architect, get your general contractor, walk with us. We will go through in detail what we're expecting, get the plans in, get the inspections going. We will be glad to help you out. That's our primary goal. Chris, is there anything I missed on that?
No, I think you got it all. Pardon me, Chris Ryan, Assistant County Attorney. I think you really covered it all, Clay. We've been waiting for permits that haven't been forthcoming. They're missing schematics, they're missing details, they're missing anything to really move forward with this. But we've been in contact with their attorneys almost on a daily basis, trying to let them know that we're trying to work with them. All we want really is compliance.
But you're saying the owner is making an attempt to respond through his attorney?
They're making an attempt, yes. We just don't have anything concrete yet to really understand what they're trying to do with the process, with the permits themselves.
It's been a pretty feeble attempt over a long period of time, though. So let's, you know, we would not be where we're at today if they were making any real good faith effort. Again, we've always been interested in compliance, and I feel very confident in saying that our folks have given them a lot of chances about put us into this situation.
And this has not been a deficiency on our part. We've let them know every step of the way what we still need, what we're expecting from them, and they just haven't supplied it.
But there's no point that we have authority to be able to condemn and deal with the property ourselves.
Well, there could be.
It's coming in front of the CLCA on the 29th for that exact decision.
The CLCA.
Licensing Contractor Appeal Board.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
This is nothing new. That place has been, for 20 years or better, has been a dump. And they've not done anything with it except let it go downhill.
Right, but that's my thing, is like, okay, if we're keep having to put resources out, at what time do we say, you know, we're done, here's what you have, here's your time frame, and yeah, and again, you don't want to tear any building down, but if that's what it comes to, or be able to seize it and do whatever, or find somebody else to renovate it.
One quick note about yesterday's operation. Adam Leith's animal control officers had their hands full. Because of the dogs and cats that were out there, there were also, I believe, a large python, 3 parakeets, a couple bearded lizards, a couple turtles. There was, yes, these. So you open the door of the hotel room and there's the python.
Nothing like a python hanging out there.
And a lizard with a beard?
Yep.
I'm surprised there were parrots there if there was a python.
Allison, mercy.
Wouldn't have been long.
And There were folks who were utilizing that for long-term residency, which is in violation of the zoning and the design of the building. And Donna's folks, specifically Clayton Jackson and Carmen Hall, were very helpful to us in getting folks housed. That was a critical thing from our perspective.
Thank you.
Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. About a month ago, I sent you an email that I was recommending that we bring forward some revisions to one of your ordinances on human rights based on a decision, a legal challenge to Orange County's ordinance. Basically, that case, the 5th District Court of Appeal has certified it to the Florida Supreme Court. So we're monitoring that to see if we can get any kind of definitive guidance on what revisions we should recommend to you, to your ordinance. If the original ruling would stand, our ordinance was modeled very similar to Orange County's, we would recommend a change. So we will be bringing that back to you, but in case you were wondering, I just wanted you to be aware. And lastly, I know I sent out a report to you that last week we did receive a final order in the legal dispute with the West Volusia Hospital Authority. Kevin Bledsoe is here. I just want to thank him for all of his efforts, and also just point out that, you know, we started, your staff started with this process actually 13 months ago. I think it was last May. Donna Butler, Suzanne Conchin, Dinah Phillips, Carmen Hall, Laura from my office was involved, and Heather. So appreciate all the efforts. We have written a proposed order as directed by the judge and gave that to the legal counsel for the hospital authority, waiting to hear back. So we don't have the written order yet, but if the judge does sign consistent with her verbal ruling, the hospital authority would have 35 days to become current with the money owed. And we'll be starting the process for next year's contribution very shortly. So, thank you.
Any questions, anybody? Okay, Dr. Lowry.
I'm good, thank you.
Heather Post is not here. Danny Robbins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. Jim, real quick, I just wanted to kind of give a couple attaboys or shout out to Jim Judge and Mark Swanson, just for a little bit of their forward thinking. They turned out this AED grants that they've been getting, and if you have just a couple minutes, just let the public know and other council of how that's working so far for you guys and kind of where we're going from here.
Absolutely, it's working out real well. Jim Judge, interim director, deputy director for public protection, and other duties as assigned by leadership. But the AED program, the AED program is going very well.
Job.
And we did deploy already 4 AEDs. I was actually at the health department evaluating our personal protective equipment when I saw a box and it said AEDs on it. It was with Melanie Black, and I said, "What is that?" She goes, "Oh, those are some AEDs we're going to surplus." I said, "Well, let's take a look." So 4 brand new AEDs, 3 AED trainers. So we put batteries in them. We had Zoll Company evaluate them, make sure the software was up to date. And then, of course, we've deployed those out. And we've made some friends along the way. Ms. Gertman sings karaoke. We were out at the Moose Lodge, and we did a little dance together. We met Chuck Fernandez, who's head of security.
Oh.
Sir?
Did you get that on video?
We should have. We met Chuck Fernandez, head of security at the fly-in, and other individuals out in the community. So we're making a lot of friends out there. We do have 15 AEDs that have been purchased, and we're waiting on delivery to continue to put those AEDs out, and also working with George and Suzanne to establish a committee where we can, as we get more and more individuals who want to have an AED, that we make a decision together on where the best locations are. I've done some research with the American Heart Association, American Red Cross, on criteria where it is good to place these units. So we're working on that as well. In addition to that, our communications center. I reached out to Glenn Lopez and said, "Glenn, I know that there, some time ago, if we had an AED that was in the community, we would plug that information into the call notes at the comm center. So if the Moose Lodge, somebody calls 911, there's a cardiac arrest, we can tell them, well, there's an AED there in the building." So I went back with Glenn Lopez, and Glenn provided me with 68 different addresses. So I was able to go back to those addresses and match them up to the facility. So there are quite a few AEDs out in the community, to our schools, our care centers, and many other locations. So as we continue to deploy these AEDs, we'll make sure that the communication center has that in their notes so that that information can be provided to a caller. We're also working with Mr. Drysdale out at the Moose Club to provide the training. So that's something we also do too, is not only provide them with that AED, they take responsibility for it, but then we can go out and provide the necessary AED training and CPR training if they would like to have that. So the program is going along very well. You know, it's a lifesaver, you know, putting the hands.
How about funding? It's all grant funding?
Funding so far, again, you all have approved 15 additional AEDs with the funding that comes through the traffic fines into emergency medical administration. So we're able to use those funds again on the purchase of 15. But then going forward, we hope to, as we get more requests for AEDs and the placement of those, we can come back and look for potential grants or in additional funding to be able to continue to deploy those assets.
No, and this is excellent, and it was something I definitely wanted to give you guys a shout out for, and something too that I was looking at possibly in the future. I know we had talked about it in the past, but the villages have they're kind of like the poster child for this program, and for a lot of things, but where they train people and it alerts up to their, I believe it's not Save a Heart, but it's kind of like their life alert almost when it goes off. 911 knows, and they know to start heading that way. But as we grow, I think this will be a good tool, depending on how we address it and whatnot, of getting or maybe establishing a formal plan or tailoring our own formal way we do business. For just for instance, there's about several thousand, there's 4,000 people trained in the villages right now for life-saving.
And I can tell you all about that, Councilman. I actually started that program back around 2003. I was executive director for Lake Sumter EMS. A gentleman by the name of Pete Wall, that was head of the villages district. He was sort of the county manager at that time. That's when AEDs were either an asset or a liability. They weren't quite sure which. I also had responsibility for the communication center for fire and EMS. So we were contacted by some of the gated communities, and they said, we'd love to, have a program. So we went out, they purchased the AED, we provided the training because we had nurses, paramedics, physicians, all within those communities. And then with the communication center, we set them up with pagers. So what we did at that time was, if there was a cardiac arrest or significant medical, once we deployed the EMS and fire resources to respond to that, then we would set off that pager. And gosh, at one time before I left over there, we had about 47 different gated communities. And then what happened is we had a couple of cardiac arrest saves. Mr. Wall called and said, great program, we're going to take it over. And they've done great things with it over the years, and we have been in touch with them as they continue to carry that on. We'd love to be able to get it out into some of our gated communities because it does work and work well.
No, that's awesome. And they have their survival rate because of you and their program are 4 times higher than the national average when it comes to that. So no, that's awesome, and thank you for that. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
There's also, just to wrap it up, there's a cool product I came across. It's, I don't know if people have their internet up, but watermasterna.com. It's a pretty interesting piece of equipment here. The company is based, they have a North American branch, but what it does, and some things that we see for the chain of lakes where we're waiting on funding from outside sources or grants, through the state or federal funding, this may be an opportunity to keep some of this in-house and service some of our own problems, but also to utilize this piece of equipment in a way where we can also do or contract it out to the cities and charge the cities for their upkeep on some of their maybe lakes or ponds in their residents as well. I don't know if that's something staff or this council will be interested in looking at. Maybe a good green product or project as well, but I can forward all that information.
Yeah, forward it to me, and we will have our guys take a look.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you. Just a couple things. I'm going to toot my own horn. I never do that, but I will say on Monday night I'm going to be honored at the V-Card leadership award. So I'm really honored and humbled, and Jared Perdue will be getting an award that night also. So I just thank you to V-Card. A lot of this was led with my resilience work with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Commission. So I appreciate it very much. And then the other thing is, I know everybody up here receives phone calls or emails daily of constituents that are asking us to help them with something, whether it's a canal or whatever it is. And I know, like the rest of you, I forward that on to the staff, and I always ask to have a follow-up and all that kind of stuff. So that's continuous. So each one of us are doing that, and I know each one of it do it consistently. People don't understand that we get these 7 days a week requests from people, and we all hear from different groups of people. Like Jeff has his groups, whatever, but we all have different things that are being said. But I had to just share this, because we send so many things to staff, and I always get such good responses from the staff. But this came in this morning, and this was from a council member, Reed Foley in Port Orange, and he says, "Good afternoon, Councilwoman Wheeler. I just wanted to reach out to share a compliment I received about county staff. We recently had a resident who had a concern about the canal that runs in front of the Ryanwood neighborhood here in Port Orange. It had become polluted with debris and trash, and the resident asked if we could help. Our staff reached out to yours at the county, and I'm pleased to report that the resident was thrilled with how promptly they addressed the issue. I know as elected officials we don't always hear the positives, so I wanted to share this one for you, since the resident took the time to thank me as well. Have a great day." So I just wanted to share that, send on to staff. And again, this is just one minute little thing that we do every day. And we send it to staff, and they get it done, So kudos to staff again, and again. Thank you.
Barb Gertman.
Thank you. Only one thing, and Billy, you deserve kudos. I wanted to mention the hard work that you've done over the last year on the TPO, chairing the TPO through probably the hardest of times, through the greatest of transitions. So I'm proud to be taking the wheel in July, even though we're not meeting. But just wanted to say that you did such a great job just getting it to where it is today. That we're looking forward to evolving and doing great things going forward. And a lot of it has to do with connecting, communicating, and collaborating. And yesterday, DOT did a presentation to the DeLand Chamber, and it was part of that same conversation. It's about letting them know, what's out there, how they can better participate, because the 50 people in that room are residents, are leaders in the community, are small business owners, and they need to know that this work is happening and how to connect, communicate, and collaborate throughout our community. So I was really proud of that opportunity, and to me that plants the seed for what our expectations are going forward. So I thank you, and I appreciate.
My last meeting is the end of this month, so that'll be my final one, and I turn it over to her.
Yeah, thank you.
Ben Johnson. Thank God.
He was thanking God.
Well, in light of,
Religious.
pardon me? In light of that, I'm going to pass till next time. So thank you all for being, everybody out there is on their phones anyway. Nobody's listening to anything that's being said, except for Ryan and Aaron. So thank you all, and We will see you again in 2 weeks.
Oh, did you remind them of the workshop?
Yes, we do. On June 14th, we have a growth management, water, everything that has to do with growth workshop. And it will be here in Chambers.
What is your real question?
That's not a workshop?
At the workshops, you can't take formal action at the regular session.
Okay.
So this is where you can give us direction on the 40-plus items we've identified.
Need.
I'm working on it. I got it typed up. Hey.